Trump is the weakest candidate against Joe Biden, but Nikki Haley crushes Biden by double digits. With the criminal trials for President Trump and the liberal media out to get him, our country can't risk 4 more years. AFP Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Let me tell you, so you can charge. So I bought another one. It's just like this one here. So we have the bench. Please, here, here, because I can't. So I was thinking. This is kind of here's a lot. We got the head struggles. This one first.
Sorry, Rich. It might work. Mr. Steve, you think this will work?
Melville presiding. Court come to order.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
Sit on this side.
All right, council's interested parties. Again, good morning. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stilwell, Mr. Botts, and Mr. Shard. Good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Seal, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Bernard. Good morning. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein. Good morning. Mr. Yu and Mr. Matthews Sr., good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Garner, good morning. All right, Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams, good morning. All right, Ms. Love, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Smith, Mr. Brown, and Mr. Atkins, good morning, council. All right, can we recall Mr. Randolph, please? Mr. Stevens, I'm sorry, Mr. Stevens, that's correct. All our jurors here, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Summon our jurors, please, sir. One. That's not ours. It's not ours. I already checked it. I was already nosy and checked it. Whatever it was.
2020.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, sir. Name room. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, good morning. All right, that's what I like to hear. Motivation. All right. Mr. Stevens, you're still under oath at this time. Okay, sir? And Ms. Love, you can continue your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Stevens.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Did you get enough rest this weekend?
Yes.
Good. Did you have a chance to speak with Mr. Steele again this weekend?
No.
Did you speak with Mr. Adams again this weekend?
No.
Did you speak with Jeffrey Blaze?
No.
All right. So picking up where we left off from last week, you spoke about having to disassociate YSL or Young Slimelight from RICO. Would you tell the jury why it was necessary to disassociate from Rock Crew and rebrand yourself as YSL or Young Slimelight?
I really feel like, so all the guys that was rock crew, they was like older than me. Felt like it was time for me to start hanging around people my age.
Okay. But why was it necessary to disassociate yourself from Rock Crew and rebrand Rock Crew as Young Slimelight?
Your Honor, I have two objections.
All right, basis.
Facts not in evidence about rebranding and answer.
Overruled, sir.
I felt like I was hanging around a whole bunch of older guys who I really didn't have nothing in common with. And it was time for me. I felt like I didn't want to do that anymore.
But why did you have to rebrand Rock Crew as Young Slimelight?
I didn't want to feel like I was going to still be a knowledge of like, hanging around the older guys or doing stuff that the older guys were doing.
Did you testify last week that you, Walter Murphy, and Jeffrey Williams are the founders of Rock Crew, of Young Slimelight?
Yes.
All right. And did you testify last week when you spoke, we needed to get away from the gang activity that Rock Crew was known for? And so we changed our name to Young Slimelight.
Yes.
Who is the we that you were speaking about when you spoke to the jury?
People who I grew up with, my age group, my brothers, all the names I gave.
What, those people were those people founders of Young Slimelight?
No.
Okay, so why then would the founders of Young Slimelight need to rebrand from Rock Crew?
why did I rebrand from Rock Crew to YSL?
You said last week, you did not,
Yes,
that you did not say you.
yeah.
You said we. So why did we, as you put it, need to rebrand to Young Slime Life?
So that, using the we word wasn't even like intentional. That's just the direction I was saying.
What does that mean?
That the words I was using wasn't like thought out or like, I'm just answering your question to the best of my ability.
Okay. Were you trying to be honest at that time when you said we needed to get away from Rockford?
I'm being honest the whole time.
Specifically, when you spoke of the we that needed to get away from Rockford.
Yes, I was being honest.
And do you recall what you said about needing to get away from Rock Crew being known for committing criminal street gang activity?
Yes, we as in everyone who was willing to do something else. That's we as in it, yeah.
Were we not talking about the founders of Rock, of Young Slime Life?
So a lot of stuff being said, and I'm trying to my best ability to follow the questions and follow with my answers.
Who is telling you a lot of stuff?
You asking me a lot of, not telling me, asking me a lot of stuff.
Was there any part of what I didn't, or what I asked you last week that you didn't understand?
Yes, but I'm making my best to process it.
And do you feel like you can't ask me to clarify?
Not with that, like, I don't know. You said, no.
You haven't asked me to clarify?
You asked me, do I feel like I can't?
So you do understand that you can ask me to clarify?
Yes, that's understood.
Okay. And did you ask me to clarify that before you explained to the jury why we, as you put it, needed to separate ourselves and disassociate from Rock Crew?
I didn't ask you that because I'm trying to do my best ability to follow up and not keep saying that I don't understand.
Last week, when I asked you whether there were members who were
Why do you refuse to see the truth that's right in front of you?
in this courtroom right now are members of YSL Young Slime Life, the gang.
All of them.
And by all of them, would you please call them by name?
Quay, Rod, other Quay, Thug, SB, and yeah.
You said Thug, so you do call Jeffrey Williams Thug?
Yeah,
And Yak, is that Diamante Kendrick?
yes,
SB, is that Shannon Stillwell?
yes,
The two Quays, is that Marquavius Huey?
Yes.
And Cormarvius Nichols?
yes,
Lil Rod, is that Rodelius Ryan?
yes.
Now, does telling on your friends to a jury make you a rat?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Why don't you know?
I don't feel like telling the truth should make you a good or bad person.
I'll just start. Do members of YSL call Jeffrey Williams King Slime?
Yes.
And is Slime Life Shorty a part of YSL?
Yes.
And when we say YSL, are we still talking about Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Is Slime Life Shorty's real name Wooney Lee?
Yes.
Is everything YSL raps about make-believe?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know whether any of what YSL raps about is true?
I will rule the objection.
I mean, I don't know if it's true. They can rap about the amount of money that they have, and I don't know the amount of money that they have.
I did not ask you if everything was true. I asked you if everything they rapped about is make-believe.
I don't know. I don't know if they tell the truth or tell a lie. I don't know.
Do you know whether some of what they say is true?
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Can you say it again?
You can answer the question if you can.
Do you know whether some of what they say is true?
It could be some truth in some of the songs.
That's not what I asked. I asked if you know whether some of what they say is true.
I don't know.
You don't know whether you know?
I'm asking if you asked me, did I know if some of the stuff, I don't know. I can't, I'm not in their head, I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Have you heard Jeffrey Williams rapping about Rockford?
He may have. That's a long time ago.
How do you know it's a long time ago?
I'm asking if, like, I'm saying, like, he may have, but if it is, it's a long time ago. I don't think, like, now.
When would it have been that he would have been rapping about Rockford?
I guess towards the beginning of the career.
Do you know as a founder, and when you say the beginning of his career, are you talking about the beginning of his career with Young Slime Life?
The beginning of rapping. You asked me about rapping. Yeah.
Do you know why Jeffrey Williams would be rapping about Rock Crew?
No.
You testified that you associate often with Jeffrey Williams, the SB. Would you name for the jury the other members of Young Slime Life, the gang? Is Christian Eppinger a member of Young Slime Life, the gang?
I really don't even know him.
Have you never seen him?
I seen him.
Does he have YSL tattooed on his face?
I don't know. I don't even feel like I've been that close to him. To like study him, I don't know for real.
Why was it that you chose to put YSL in permanent ink on your body?
I don't know. I really don't have an answer for that. I just chose to do it.
I appreciate your honesty. Is a trap a place where people sell drugs?
Yes.
Does YSL have a trap that they call the web?
No.
Does YSL have a spot that they call the web?
Yes.
What is the address of the web?
2531 Brownsville Road.
2531
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, 25.
Brownsville Road?
Yes.
Do YSL members call Jeffrey Williams Spider?
Yes.
Going back to other members of Young Slime Life, would you tell the jury whether there are other members of Young Slime Life that you associate with?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury the names of those people? Do you associate with Winnie Lee?
Yes.
How often do you associate with Winnie Lee?
Austin.
Do you associate with Quantavious Greer?
Yes.
How often?
Austin.
Is Quantavious Greer Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Is he a member of Young Slime Life again?
Yes.
Is Quantavious Greer Thug's brother?
Yes.
What about Miles Farley? Is Miles Farley a member or associate of Young Slime Life again?
Yes.
Is Martinez Arnold a member of Young Slime Life again?
Yes.
Is Martinez Arnold also called Duke?
Yes.
What about Durante Beebe?
Yes.
Is Durante Beebe called B also?
Nah.
What do you call him?
BB.
And Beebe, is he a member of Young Slime Life again?
Yes.
Is Javaris Bradford or Tuda a member or associate of Young Slime Life again?
Nah, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
What about Damone Blaylock or Bob?
No, them guys young. I don't know what they go by.
Javon Fleetwood or Fortray or Psycho? Is he associated with Young Slime Life again in any way?
I don't know what he go by either.
Now, when you're saying, I don't know what he go by, what do you mean?
I don't know if he Young Slime Life.
Do you believe that he may be something else?
Nah, but I don't know. I just don't know if he say that he Young Slime Life.
AJ, you hold your no microphone. You got a microphone, other microphone. Yeah.
How do you know that the other people we just talked about are members of Young Slime Life, the gang?
by association, I guess.
Can you explain?
Cause we all hang with each other.
Demekion Darlington, is he a member of Young Spotlight?
Yes,
And you talked about one of the nicknames for Demekion Darlington last week. You said it was Lil D.
mm-hmm.
Is Demekion Darlington also known as Scarface?
Yes,
Does he spell Scarface with C's in them? Does he spell the word Scarface with C's in the name? Or does he spell it with S-X-A-R-F-A-X-E?
I ain't really asked him to spell it.
Have you ever seen it on Instagram?
I thought his name on Instagram was 30 D.
Did you ever have an Instagram handle _1slug?
Yes,
Did you have that Instagram handle in 2021 and 2022?
yes,
And did you communicate with other members of Young Slimelight via Instagram?
yes,
Did you also communicate with members of Young Slimelight via FaceTime?
yes.
Were there any particular times that you would prefer to use FaceTime over a regular phone call?
Yes,
What times would those be? When you're talking to members of YSL?
Oh, geez, that's the microphone.
One moment.
Sounds like it.
Go ahead, you may answer.
I prefer FaceTime over any form of like communicating. It's kind of what the iPhone was made for, FaceTime. I mean, like, that's what I feel like.
Is Quindarius Zachary a member of YSL or Young Slimelight?
Yes,
Do you know how long he has been a member of Young Slimelight?
not to the exact.
Was he one of the founding members?
No,
Kenneth Copeland, was he a member of Young Slimelight?
yes,
Do you know how long Kenneth Copeland has been a member of Young Slimelight?
not to the exact. No, not to the exact extent.
Not to this day.
Not to the exact.
Okay. Can you estimate?
Not for a while.
Does a while go back as far as 2015?
Yes,
Does it go back as far as January 1st of 2015?
yes,
Does it go back as far as November of 2014?
yeah.
What is the nickname or what do you call Quindarius Zachary?
D.
And what do other members of Young Slimelight call Quindarius Zachary?
D.
What about Kenneth Copeland? What do members of Young Slimelight call Kenneth Copeland?
Woody.
Woody?
Yeah.
Demise McMullen, is he a member of Young Slimelight? Do you know him?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you and other members of Young Slimelight call Demise McMullen Nard?
Yes.
Aquarius Mender, do you know him?
Yes.
Is he a member or associate of Young Slimelight again?
I say associate.
Is he a member of Young Slimelight? Or associate?
Yeah, associate.
How do you distinguish between being a member and an associate of Young Limelight?
I don't know, I feel like, yeah, social because like, I don't know him too well.
Jaden Myrick, is he a member of Young Limelight?
No, I don't know him at all. I mean, I know him from the indictment, but far the street, I ain't been around him on the street before.
Antonio Sledge,
Yes,
he's a member?
yes.
How long has Antonio Sledge been a member of Young Limelight?
For a while.
And again, just give me an estimate, a year.
Yeah, you can say as far as 2015, 14.
He was a member of Young Limelight in 2014 and
I
2015.
said you can say as far as 2014 and 15.
Thank you. What do members of Young Limelight call Antonio Sledge?
Moncton,
Moncton?
yes.
Kelvin Treadwell?
You got a nickname?
O.G. Bentley?
Yeah,
He's a member of Young Limelight?
yes.
For how long?
You can use the same date for 2014, 15.
What about Antonio Sumner?
Yeah,
How long has Antonio Sumner been a member of Young Limelight?
you can use around the same time frame.
What do members of Young Limelight call Antonio Sumner?
Obama,
Jimmy Winfrey. Is Jimmy Winfrey a member of Young Limelight?
yes.
How long has Jimmy Winfrey been a member of Young Limelight?
You get the same time frame.
Around the same time frame?
Yeah.
And what do members of YSL or Young Limelight call Jimmy Winfrey?
Roscoe,
Roscoe?
yeah.
Would you tell the jury some of the crimes that YSL has committed to increase its street credibility?
Oh, I'll stay in the form. You can rephrase.
Showing you what has been admitted as case exhibit 16 uniform. I'll ask you if you recall number 1 in 16 uniform, the very last sentence.
Yeah,
Okay. And did you testify truthfully when you signed 16 uniform that Young Limelight is an organization? Your Honor,
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
did you testify truthfully when you signed statement 16 uniform that Young Limelight is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
yes.
So would you tell the jury some of the crimes members or associates of Young Limelight have committed to increase the notoriety of YSL?
Overruled, sir. Yeah, sure.
That's very nice. Did anyone in particular tell you the weather out for today?
No.
Have you spoken with us this weekend?
No.
Mr. Stevens, would you tell the jury how it is that you were able to make factual acknowledgement number 1 truthfully at the time that you signed State's Exhibit 16 with uniform?
I was able to do that because I'm a member and I've done things to increase the notoriety of furtherance and whatever, the rest of the question.
What crimes have you committed to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
So I sold drugs and carried around illegal firearms.
How did those things increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of Young Slime Life?
I don't know if it actually increased, but my approach was to make it known that YSL was selling drugs and willing to protect the selling their drugs with the firearm. But yeah.
And when you made factual acknowledgement number 12, how did YSL protect their territory at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I never said nothing about protection.
Was the gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue a location where YSL associates sell drugs?
Yes, that's where I sold my drugs at.
And was 221 Cleveland Avenue a location where Young Slime Life associates sold drugs?
So them two stores, like 5 minutes from each other, I often walk back and forth. Some sales I had down there, some sales I had up the street.
Were you able to keep accurate count of the sales?
No,
How then were you able to successfully sell drugs?
I never said I was successful.
So, how were you able to say that 3 or more members or associates of Young Slime Life have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of Young Slime Life? How were you able to truthfully say that at the time that you signed this agreement?
Because I was selling drugs and I knew for a fact that Sledge knew that I was selling drugs. And yeah, I knew they knew that I was selling drugs.
Who are the other 2 people, since you said in this acknowledgement that 3 or more members or associates of Young Slime Life have committed crimes meant to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of Young Slime Life? Who are the other 2?
So overruled, sir. Overruled. Thank you.
I really thought that I would use myself, that I counted as the 3. I had a friend who passed. He was a member. Me and him often sold drugs together, and we had the same goals.
Mr. Stevens, do you contend at this point that somehow you thought you constituted 3 or more members of Young Limelight?
Yes, I really thought that I can be, yeah, I really thought because I'm in the indictment, man. I was indicted.
So are you unwilling to speak on crimes committed by other members of Young Limelight intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of Young Limelight?
No, I'm not unwilling. I gave you 3 names. I told you. You asked me to give you 3 names.
But for
Ms. Love, before you posit more questions, I believe we have some folks who need to take a comfort break. So I'm just gonna pause you at that point in time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just gonna recess for about maybe 10 minutes and let everyone who needs to take comfort go ahead and do so. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, all rise. Hey, where you going? All right, please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Our jury has left us. All right, Mr. Stevens, you can go ahead and take your comfort break too, sir. All right, councils, we'll be in recess about 10 minutes, okay?
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
scared. I just want to be by myself. You do not have to be scared. You can count on all of us.
You wanna have some fun?
We are going to celebrate.
New relationships
Wait, did we just meet 3 really great guys?
bring new challenges
Arrest him!
I want you to marry me.
What?
and big surprises.
Andy, this is Gary. Have we met?
It's brewing. Danny, it's brewing.
Tyler Perry's sisters.
Poll after poll shows Trump is the weakest candidate against Joe Biden. But Nikki Haley crushes Biden by double digits. She even beats him in the swing states that Trump lost in 2020. It's clear Nikki Haley would be the strongest candidate to stop Biden and help elect Republicans across the country. She's a proven conservative fighter. With the criminal trials for President Trump and the liberal media out to get him, our country can't risk 4 more years of Biden and Harris. AFP Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Can we get Mr. Stevens back, please? Council's, defense counsels, there's an administrative issue in regards to sound and our technical requirements. If you could please turn on your microphones on your tables so that for a couple reasons. One, we can better hear you and it makes a better record, okay? Because Miss Weaver's got to do that. The other reason is that there are other participants listening to this particular trial, both in 8H and other places, and we are getting a number of comments that they can't hear you. So if you need, and I know that you're probably saying, well, I need to have some private conversations. Well, when you have those conversations, you can cut your mic off or do whatever else you want to do. But as a default position, leave your microphones on so that you can better be heard. And the microphones are mobile, so you can, if you want to sit there and make the objection, that's fine. If you want to rise and make your objection, that's fine. But take your microphone with you so or as you stand, so we can hear you. Okay. Just been asked to make that announcement to you, so we can kind of better hear one another. Okay. All right. All right. So our name and summon our jurors first, please. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, sir. Name room. All right, madam, you may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, when we broke for the break, you were talking to us about factual acknowledgement number 1. Could you please tell the jury who it is that you said passed away, that was YSL, who committed crimes in furtherance of YSL?
Yeah.
Who's that person?
Darius.
Darius. What was Darius's last name?
Ford.
And when did Darius Ford pass away? Was it in 2022?
Yeah.
And did he pass away along with
Saying this to form.
someone else?
Yes.
Who did he pass away with?
Christian.
And what was Christian's last name?
McMillan.
Was Christian YSL as well?
Yes.
Were they friends of yours?
Yes.
I'm sorry for your loss. You said, though, that Darius was one of the members of YSL who committed crimes in furtherance of YSL.
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what crimes Darius committed to further the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of Young Slime Life?
I'll sustain the form of the question. You can rephrase.
Why did you say that Darius committed crimes to enhance the reputation, the street credibility.
So you asked me to name 3 people, and I was naming 3 people who sold drugs with me, and we often let it be known, well, they often let it be known that they wanted to do what I was doing. They wanted to be like me, and that's what I was doing, increasing the notoriety. And by them saying that they want to do the same thing as me, that's what gave me my factual knowledge of that they want to do the same thing as me.
Who told you, if anyone, to use the word factual knowledge?
That's what you said.
When did I say that?
You asked me, you said in question 1, upon the factual knowledge, if I'm not mistaken.
The factual acknowledgement.
Yeah.
How did your selling drugs and other YSL members selling drugs, how did that increase the notoriety of Young Spotlight?
I feel like it made people notice us because we had nice clothes, we were dressing nice, and we had money.
And selling drugs allowed you and other Young Life members to be more flashy?
Your Honor, is repeating the question.
I sustain the objection, Mr. Form.
And how did it increase the reputation of Young Slime Life as a gang?
I felt like it increased because people were seeing us like have money and look nice. So it made it seem like what we're doing was getting increased. I mean, like, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'll finish.
Did you let it be known that you were Young Slime Life while you were selling the drugs?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, or actually, we have admitted State's Exhibit 11 uniform with permission to share the screen. We're going to put it up on the screen in front of you. Would you tell the jury who it is that we are looking at in State's Exhibit 11 uniform?
Demikian Garden, D.
Who else?
And me. Oh, okay.
Point to the jury where you are on that photograph.
I'm in the back.
And what is it that you're doing with your hand?
It looks like I'm pointing up.
And what color is the outer article of clothing that Demikian Garlington is wearing?
Red.
What color is the hat that he is wearing?
Red.
What color is the hat that you are wearing?
Red.
Do you still claim sex, money, murder?
I told you I claim sex, money, murder.
Do you still claim sex, money, murder?
No.
What is one of the colors, the primary color for sex, money, murder?
Red.
I'm now showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 11 Uniform Bravo. Your Honor, if the court could move the block in the upper right-hand corner that says SCA 1C podium. Cannot be done, what we'll just do.
Are you asking us to move
The square,
names to the like side of the, or the bottom of the screen?
yes. And then I'm showing you State's Exhibit 11 Uniform Bravo. Would you tell the jury, and I'm gonna just point to the various parts. Would you spell out who made the post in State's Exhibit 11 Uniform Bravo?
SXAR_FAXE.
And were you tagged in this post?
Yes.
And how are you tagged at this time?
What's my tag name?
Yes.
ORIGINALSLIME_SLUG.
Okay. Now, are there emojis underneath that particular post?
Yes.
What are the emojis?
A snake emoji, a bee emoji.
What color is the snake?
Green.
All right. And what color is the bee?
B, red.
All right. Is green one of the primary colors for Young Slime Line?
Yes.
Is red one of the primary colors?
Yes.
And that B, is that for blood?
I don't know. I ain't put that.
I'm gonna now show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit. Nine uniform. Would you tell the jury one more time who that is that's depicted in 9 uniform?
Me?
All right. And what is on your arm in 9 uniform? Is that a star?
Yes.
Is it colored in red?
Yes.
Does it have a B in the middle?
Yes.
What does your B stand for in the middle of that red star?
Can I explain?
You can tell the jury what it stands for.
So
The B.
can I explain it though?
You definitely can explain. I'm asking you what the B stands for.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain what it stands for.
Okay.
So I got this tattoo in juvenile. As you can see in the far back, the ink wasn't real. I got it like picked in with a staple.
Mm-hmm.
So when I came home from juvenile, it was just like an outline with no color in it. So Boo, I'm gonna tell you. So Boo took me to the tattoo shop to get it fixed, and he paid for it. And he used to often joke with me about it. The B stand for Boo.
What did you mean for it to stand for?
I just wanted to fix. It was ugly to me.
Did you ask for a particular letter?
It was already outlined.
And so what was it standing for when it was outlined?
Boss, it got dice in the middle of it. We gambled.
Okay. Does that star have 5 points to it?
Yes. Yeah, look like you got.
I'm gonna show you now what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 12 uniform. Would you tell the jury who all is in State's Exhibit 12 uniform? And Your Honor, is the screen touch sensitive? Can you circle on it?
You can try.
Okay. Would you tell the jury who is listed in State's Exhibit 12 uniform?
From my left.
Circle and see if you can. Okay. It's not gonna be touch sensitive? Okay. How about if you just go ahead and tell the jury? Tell them what they're wearing.
From my left, that's Antonio Sledge. Got on black. In the middle of Shannon, he got on black. And far right is me. I got on red and black.
All right. Shannon, is that Shannon Stillwell?
Yes.
Is that the person you call SB?
Yes.
And is that the defendant in the courtroom today?
Yes.
What is Sledge doing with his hands?
Like he making a motion. He doing something with his hand.
Do you recognize the symbol he is making with his hands?
Yes.
What is it?
It's like makeshift guns, like he imitating guns.
And do you know what that symbol stands for?
Not by him just throwing up now.
Have you ever done it?
No.
You never used that symbol?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you know what Shannon is doing with his hands?
Throwing up 3 fingers?
Do you know what it's meant to stand for?
No.
When you were identifying Thug as a member of Young Slime Life earlier, did you see or were the letters and numbers SP5DER on his jacket?
Yes.
Do you know what that is meant to say?
Yes.
What?
Spider.
Do you know the significance of the number 5?
Yes.
What is it?
It's for an artist who passed away, Juice WRLD.
Who?
Juice WRLD.
Does the number 5 have significance in the blood gang?
Yes.
What is that significance?
I don't know, but I just know it's a number in the
How do
blood.
you know?
From hearing about it.
I'm gonna now show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 13 uniform. And in order to do that, I'm going to ask for permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may, madam.
prior to approaching the witness, I asked Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele to observe what I'm about to show.
All right, gentlemen, you may come on up.
Mr. Stevens, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what I have labeled as Stacy Exhibit 13U. Okay, and I'm not going to show it to the jury until I show it to you. I want you to look at it before you say anything. Don't talk about what's in it, okay? Did you have a chance to see the 40-second clip that is labeled as State's Exhibit 13U?
Yes,
Do you recognize the people who are depicted in this video clip?
yes,
Is it an accurate depiction of you and the other persons depicted in the video clip?
yes.
Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 13U as evidence.
Any objection to 13U?
No, sir, not the first,
All right, 13U is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Before we play 13U, would you tell the jury if you know who YSL Buck or Buck Buck is? Do you know a person who goes by that name?
Yes.
Who is that person?
A friend?
Is that person a member of YSL?
Yes.
And in that context, are you meaning Young Slimelight?
Yes.
Your Honor, now publishing 13U. Up here in this sound.
Got the whole thing mine. Don't tell nobody. Keep up, can't stop. Fall asleep in the lab. Got the whole thing lean. Don't pop no bean. Pull up on scene. Ain't red, ain't green. Got a whole bunch of money. Got a whole bunch of cash. Got a whole bunch of cash. 200 on the dash. I won't drive fast. I don't want certain things. I don't run around Steve. I ain't talking about me. I'm creeping.
Mr. Stevens, would you tell the jury what you were doing with your hands at the beginning of the video?
I was making a lot of hand gestures.
And those hand gestures, or at least one of them, the same that we see Antonio Sledge making here?
Yes.
All right. And would you tell the jury what those hand gestures are associated with?
So I did the same. I made a hand gesture like the tattoo that's on my neck, bank first and last. So I was doing the exact same thing that it said on my neck, but with my hands.
So is it your testimony what was the hand gesture? Who is that person that we see right here?
Jeff.
What is this the same person you thought of?
Yes.
What is he wearing on his head? What color is he wearing on his head?
You probably can say red. It look like a bright orange though, but you can say red. I know that's what you getting at. Red.
What is he doing with his left hand?
Making a symbol as it's a gun.
Does that go back to you? What is this symbol?
That's a B.
For what?
What you saying? What it's the what he throwing up?
I'm saying, do you recognize the hand?
So a B stand for blood.
Does the gun stand for pistol P?
I don't know what.
Let's look at yours then. All right. What hand signs are you making?
Gun signs.
Why are you holding up gun signs?
Because it go with what I was doing in the whole video.
What are you doing?
I was making hand gestures that go with the tattoos on my neck, BFL. I was basically making BFL.
Where's the V in what you're doing right now?
It's paused. It looked like it's before. If you can play it, you can see.
That whole thing mine. Don't tell nobody. Keep up.
Okay, so how was that thing first and last? Go ahead.
It's the same L, like the L I got on my neck. It's the same thing as a gun.
Okay. And
Can't stop.
what did you just do?
Right here.
Did you make those signs for the jury?
Fall asleep.
And what's that?
Making my fingers look like two guns.
Been live. Got the whole thing lean.
Making my fingers look like two guns.
And what are those particular two guns meant to signify?
Just two guns?
Aren't those two guns meant to signify Pistol Pete?
Not my two guns.
Don't pop no thing. Pull up.
The blood. Were those signs that you made after the two guns, were those blood symbols?
Man, that would look like, yeah.
You made them, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go down to I'm gonna now show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 18U. With the court's indulgence, I ask members of the defense that wish to look at 18U. I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 18 uniform. Do you recognize the people depicted in State's 18 uniform?
Yes.
And do you recognize yourself in State's 18 uniform?
Yes.
Is this an accurate depiction of you and the other persons in 18 uniform?
Yes.
Are you all seeing one of Thug's songs, You in 18 uniform?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state tender's 18 uniform is evident.
Any objection to state's 18 uniform? All right, state's 18 uniform is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you.
Why you say I won't fall? Niggas ass off from the balcony, walking to the house and change clothes. Why you say I wipe a nigga nose? We don't give a damn if you in or out, though. We gotta have that. I just say 2 feet tall.
Would you tell the jury who it is that we are looking at here,
That's me.
right? And who is the jury looking at here?
Walter Murphy,
And what other name do you call Walter Murphy?
DK.
And does he have DK in his forehead?
Yes.
2 feet tall. Why you say I won't fall?
Who is the jury looking at here where my pointer is in the upper right-hand corner of the screen?
Jeff.
Jeffrey Williams?
Yeah.
Young Thug?
Yeah.
Alright. Who is the jury looking at where my pointer is, who has on the light gray hoodie?
Quindare Zachary.
And what do you call Canary Zachary?
B.
And what song was that was being chanted by you all?
Ill.
And whose song is that?
Jeff.
Now, do you get money from that song?
No.
Do you get paid by YSL Enterprises?
No.
Do you get anything for being a founding member of Young Slimeline?
No.
And is this the same song that your name is mentioned in when Thug says, I love her for the cash and she's been getting robbed by Ted?
Yes.
I'm gonna now show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 19U. With court's permission, I will share with counsel and make sure that they are familiar with what I'm about to show. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 19 uniform and ask you if you recognize State's Exhibit 19 uniform.
Yes.
Do you recognize the people who are depicted in State's Exhibit 19 uniform?
Yes.
Are you shown in this picture?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate image of the people who are depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders for evidence State's 19 uniform.
Any objection to states 19 uniform?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, hearing none, states 19 uniform is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. I'm now showing you what we have labeled as State's 19 uniform Bravo. Do you recognize the people who are depicted in State's 19 uniform Bravo?
Yeah.
And are those the same people depicted in State's 19 uniform?
Yeah.
And is that an Instagram post by a person you just named?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize it? YSL Buck.
Yes.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that post?
Yes.
State tender State's 19 uniform Bravo.
Any objection?
On behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, states 19 uniform Bravo is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Judge. And now showing you State's Exhibit 20 uniform. Do you recognize the people shown in State's 20 uniform?
Yes.
Is this an accurate depiction of the people who are shown in State's 20 uniform? The state tenders 20 uniforms evidence.
Any objection to states 20 uniform?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, 20 uniforms admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. Starting with State's Exhibit 19 uniform. Mr. Stevens, would you tell the jury who it is that we are looking at in State's 19 uniform? Is this you?
Yes, let me.
Are you wearing suspenders?
No,
What is this?
a book bag,
What color are the straps?
red.
Right? Are you able to tell the jury who the other people in State's 19 uniform are?
Like, not by like, whole name.
Okay. Which ones are you able to tell the jury about?
One where you got the mouse on, that's Walter Murphy.
Where he has the what on?
I thought you just had the mouse on.
Okay. And who is that above Walter Murphy?
Quindary Zachary.
What is Quindary Zachary holding up with his hands?
YSL.
And who is that to Quindary Zachary's right? Who is that person?
I really don't know.
Okay. Is that person holding up a YSL sign as well?
Yes.
Are there other persons on here that you recognize?
Yes.
Who are they?
Tay, him and D brothers. Right here. He holding their hands out.
Here?
Yeah.
In the red boxers?
Yes.
All right. Who else do you recognize?
I don't know their name.
Are they YSL?
Associates.
Okay. And when you say associates, how are you distinguishing that?
So I'm YSL and they know me. So and we associated.
Showing you State's Exhibit 19 uniform Bravo. Who is the person who made the post?
But I don't know their name.
That's okay. You call him Buck?
But yeah.
And his handle is YSL Buck?
Yeah.
And what is the caption in this photograph?
Read it.
Yes, please.
Young Fly and Slime Brew. YSL and 30, we is the street, trust me. ROC for life.
And are those hashtags next to YSL and 30?
Yeah.
And are those hashtags next to Rock for Life?
Yes.
And is that 30 intended to stand for 30 deep?
Yes.
Is that Rock Crew intended to stand for Raised on Cleveland?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 20 Bravo. Would you tell the jury who is in 20 Bravo, starting with the person, 20 uniform, I apologize. Would you tell the jury who it is in State's 20 uniform, starting in the middle where the pointer is?
That's me.
Who is around you? Let's go here first.
Martina Honor Duke.
And are you able to tell the jury who this person is?
Nah.
What about this person?
Nah. I don't know no name on him.
You don't know what?
I don't know his name.
Okay. Do you know him by sight when you see him?
Big.
Okay. You have a nickname for him then?
Big.
Who is it that I have a pointer on right now?
Yeah, DeMonte.
And are you able to see who it is that is to the left of Diamante in the plaid shirt?
Yes.
Who is that?
Shannon Stillwell.
And who is just beneath and to the left of Shannon Stillwell and right behind your left shoulder?
The Mickey Carlos.
And were these, was this photograph taken on a different date than the one of you and him on the four-wheeler?
Yeah, could have, man. We ain't got on the same clothes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, how different, yeah.
All right. And who is this person to the left of Demekion?
Jimmy.
Who?
Jimmy
What's his last name?
Winfrey.
Is that the person you call Pee Wee Roscoe?
Yeah.
Who is this person here below Jimmy Winfrey?
Antonio Sledge.
Is that called Mom Tom?
Yeah.
Who is this person here that the pointer is on?
Well, I don't know his name.
Do you know the name of the gentleman in the back with gold hair that the pointer is on?
Yes.
Who is that?
Jeffrey.
Is that Thug?
Yes.
Do you know of other crimes that YSL has committed in order to increase its notoriety?
No.
How does having a stolen gun increase the notoriety of YSL?
I didn't say that having a stolen gun increased the notoriety.
So is selling drugs the only crime you claim to have done to increase its notoriety?
Yeah. And yeah, having a gun,
And having a gun?
yeah.
Did the gun you had, was it not stolen?
Yeah.
It was stolen, okay. So again, how does that increase the notoriety of YSL?
Having a gun, or having a stolen gun.
Oh,
Come down, question, objection.
Overruled, sir.
Having a gun, like you gonna protect your by selling drugs, gonna help you protect your drugs.
and how is that separating YSL from the criminal street gang activity that Rockford was known for committing?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you what we marked. As Stacy's is 21U, 22U, as well as 23U, 24U, and 25U. And I'm going to ask Ms. Hilton to assist me and to also copy State's 21U, 22U. They've already been served, but I just wanted to show the particular pages. Showing you 21U. Would you look at 21U and tell me if you recognize, or if this is, if you are identified in 21U? Is your Instagram handle in 21U?
Yeah.
And in 22U, is your Instagram handle identified in 22U?
Right.
And 24U, I'm using as a placeholder until, Your Honor, we have a clearer copy, so I have called it 24 uniform P. Do you recognize the conversation that took place in 24 uniform P?
Yep.
Yes, and particularly.
You can see that?
Yes.
I can see that. It blurred.
You can read it?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
It blurred. No.
Can you see what's in 25 uniform P?
This one a little better than that one.
Do you recognize the conversation?
Yeah.
Is that an accurate account other than the circle and the highlights of that conversation?
Yeah.
And is this an accurate account of the conversation in 21U and 22U?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the state tenders 21U, 22U, and 25UB. I want to ask you as well before we ask for admission, 25UP, is this an accurate reflection of the participants in the thread shown in 25UB?
That one kind of blurred too, but it's the same thing though.
Are you able to see the names, yours in particular?
Yeah, I can see mine.
And are you able to see the other names?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this an accurate reflection of the participants in the thread in 25UB?
Now that you point them out, just like.
And here you are.
Oh, now I was saying now that she point the names out, I can see it, like, but I couldn't just see it by you holding it up.
And you're referring to what document, sir?
25U. Your Honor.
25U or 25U Bravo?
25U and 25U Bravo.
Okay. Councilors, any objection? We'll take it in order. 22U.
Okay, this is William Bernita.
24U,
Say your honor.
25U or 25U Bravo?
Say.
Your Honor, we didn't ask for 24U to be admitted. We just wanted 21.
I didn't admit 24.
Okay.
Yeah. You just, because of what you told me. All right, 22U, 25U, and 25U Bravo are admitted, may be published as you see fit.
And Your Honor, we asked for 21U as well.
Any objection to 21U, councils?
I have this.
All right, 21U is admitted as well,
Thank you, Your Honor.
and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, at this time, I'm tendering State's Exhibit 23U, which is a self-authenticating document. It is the certified conviction of Mr. Stevens.
All right, Ms. Love, any further, anything further as it pertains to 23U? Any objections to 23U?
I don't object except for what you mentioned previously.
We take up that later. Okay? All right. Unless there's any other objections, states 23U is admitted and may be published as you see fit, given the court's caveat though.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And before we do that, madam, since this may take a little bit, it's the lunchtime hour. Ladies and gentlemen, you up for some lunch? What do you think?
Yes, sir.
Hearing no strenuous objection to the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch at this point in time. It's about the noontime hour. Ladies and gentlemen, how about we come back for 1:15 and we'll continue with our current witness at this point in time. Okay. All right. So remember the admonitions I've given you. If you should step out, leave your notepads in your headquarters. We'll see you back at 1:15. Okay. All rise. Testimony, anybody except the attorneys in this case. Come back for 1:15. All right. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, counsels, before we break, I have been given a note from our tech advisor, Superior Court, referencing there are some members up in 8H who are not hearing you because you're not speaking into your microphone. So again, I'd just like to reiterate that for purposes of record. I'll include this notice as the next court exhibit in order. But please try and do that and make arrangements for you to kind of just really make an effort to speak into your microphone so everybody can hear you. All right, unless you have anything else, we'll go ahead and be in recess. I'll see you all back for 1:15, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Don't listen to the hackers. Paying the ransom doesn't guarantee data decryption. Get your data back with Proven Data's 24/7 emergency ransomware recovery.
Leaving old, toxic, and negative energy.
Yeah. Love and Hip Hop Atlanta is all new on MTV.
So what you want, young scrap?
From new career moves.
I'm leaving the label because the label didn't do me right.
To a new saucy swag.
Think this Black Hollywood?
No, this is Atlanta. This season.
You guys should talk. It's been a long time.
Get ready for new Atlanta energy. Love and Hip Hop Atlanta.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
After last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day, businesses are wondering, what should we do?
I'm thinking company-wide power nap.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs for the next anything.
Chief Judge of the United States, guy, court record order.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. What's that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We got a couple more people coming now. Be seated.
Madam President, Council.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Love, you may continue with your examination, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens, we're almost done. Mr. Stevens, I'm showing you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 23, uniform. And I'll just ask you, is State's Exhibit you and this indictment contained herein, is this the indictment that you pled guilty to?
Yes.
And did you plead guilty to count one of this indictment?
Yes.
And starting after the letter C, would you read up until to what you pled guilty to?
For the said accused together with indicted co-conspirators in the state of Georgia and county of Fulton on or between the 24th day of January 2013 and the 8th day of May 2022 did unlawfully conspire to acquire and maintain directly and indirectly an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal through a pattern of racketeering activity in violation of OCGA 1614-4, and while associated with an enterprise did unlawfully conspire to conduct and participate in directly and indirectly such enterprise through pattern of racketeering activity in violation of as described below and incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein contrary to the law of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof.
All right. Thank you. I'm handing you now what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 16 uniform. I'll keep there. And ask you if you would read for the jury factual acknowledgement number 10 and number 11 out loud.
On February 4, 2021, defendant participated in a group chat with YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, a.k.a. Young Thug, and YSL associate Wanted Lee, a.k.a. Slime Like Shawty, wherein Jeffrey Williams stated, YSL rule the world, kid. Y'all just start bringing me the money. Man, y'all stop playing with me. On May 13, 2021, defendant participated in a group chat with fellow YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, a.k.a. Young Thug, and YSL associate Martinez, Arnold, Miles, Farter, Quintavious Greer, and Tony Sumner, and Wanted Lee, wherein Jeffrey Williams asked y'all ain't beat him up or shot him yet. Then state y'all getting soft.
As to factual acknowledgement number 12 and 13, would you read those two out loud, starting with 12, and then stop after 12, and then 13?
The gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue is a location where YSL associates sell drugs. The gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue is a location where YSL associates sell drugs.
I'm showing you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 82J. Showing it to the defendant. And I'll ask you if you recognize that as 151 Cleveland Avenue.
Yeah.
Would you please publish that? Make it larger. Would you tell the jury who this is in the brown hoodie in the middle of the screen?
BB.
Is that Durante BB?
Yeah.
And showing you State's Exhibit 81J, please publish. Would you tell the jury who that is?
Darius Ford.
And I don't want to get too far into it because I know he was close to you, but how did Mr. Ford die?
He got shot.
And Mr. McMillan?
Yeah, he got shot too.
I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 157N, as in Nancy, as in
November.
November. Would you tell the jury if you recognize that as 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
And showing you 162 November? Is that 221 Cleveland Avenue facing Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Thank you. Just one moment. proceedings. That's all I have for now. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross. Mr. Sharp? Say again?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, Mr. Steele, go right ahead. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Stevens, you are the youngest of 3 children to your mother. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you told us an older brother who I believe is 34 years of age. Is that right?
Yes.
And he works with Argo Cement?
Yes.
You have another older brother who works, he's 33, right?
Yes.
And he works with the Clorox company?
Yes.
And then you today are approximately 30 years old, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your 2 brothers and you each have different dads, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you didn't know your father at all till well into your teenage years, is that true?
Yes.
And God forbid, your mother passed when you were 18 months, is that right?
Right.
Now, you told the jury some of your upbringing, and it's always been in Cleveland Avenue area. Is that fair to say of Atlanta?
Yes.
And I'd like to talk about some of your education and what went on during school, all right?
Yes.
Do you remember, and I understand you're not good in math, so you just tell me if this is right or not, okay? You remember being in the 6th grade, being about 11 years of age approximately?
Yeah.
Somewhere like 11, 10, 12 years old. And you were born on April 26th of 1993. True?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're approximately 11, would you think through with me, would that be year like 2004? In the 6th grade?
Yeah. Yeah.
And do you remember your teacher doing what I'll call a science experiment in the 6th grade? And do you remember that you liked that science experiment and wanted to do it yourself? You want to duplicate it?
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, the chemicals didn't match up and your chemical compound exploded. You've described in the past as like a bomb. Is that right?
Yeah.
And for trying to do that experiment, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what happened to you.
I was arrested and expelled from school.
Is that the first time that you went to the I think you call it juvenile detention center? If not, just tell the jurors what you call it.
Yeah, juvenile detention.
And some of them may know what it is, but that's the jail.
Yeah.
And for juveniles, it's people under 17 and younger. Does that sound right? You could stay till older, but that's generally right.
Yeah, 21, I think. Yeah, 21. I think.
Could be up to 21 years of age and younger, right?
Yeah.
And you're in there at 11. Fair to
Yeah.
say? True.
True.
And before being taken into this juvenile detention center at age 11, you were living with your two brothers and your grandmother, your mother's mother, your grandmother on your mother's side. Is that true?
Yes.
And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, know your grandmother, hardworking person, right?
Yes.
You still live with her. Is that at times? Is that true?
Nah, I stay with her.
And she worked most of her career at different laundromats. Is that true?
Yes.
And she would take in the clothing, she'd wash the clothing, she'd do whatever it takes in the laundromat, if you know what she did.
Yeah.
Okay. And because she was working so hard, if you remember, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how many times she was able, I'm not saying she did it to be callous or mean, but how many times did she come visit you in that juvenile detention facility?
When she could.
Couldn't hear you.
When she could.
Would the answer be, and I understand when she could, but would the answer be 0?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, you spent approximately a year, is that true, in the juvenile detention center?
Yeah. I was in and out of, so my whole juvenile?
No, I'm talking about just the first time.
Oh, no, not the first time.
Were you sent home or were you put into a group home?
I eventually got sent to a group home.
Okay. And tell ladies and gentlemen jury what a group home is.
A house full. A group home. A house with other like juvenile delinquents. I guess so they won't have to keep you in jail at such a young age. So they send you to a home, a group home with other people, juvenile delinquents.
You eventually got returned to your grandmother's home and lived with your two brothers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And were you if you were approximately 11 years of age when you went into the juvenile detention center in 6th grade, were you approximately 2 years later, about 13 years of age, when you went back to school and lived with your grandmother and two brothers?
Yeah, that seemed about right.
Okay. And then in the 8th grade, that would have been about 2006. Does that sound right?
Yeah, in 2004, 6th grade, yeah. 2000, yeah.
2 years after 2004. Okay. And in the 8th grade, by this time, had you learned a lot about gangs and in the juvenile detention center?
Yes.
And hand signs of gangs?
Yeah.
And having people use little pricks into your body to try to make tattoos and markings on your body?
Yes.
All that happened. And when you got into the 8th grade, do you remember being arrested for firing a weapon, a gun at a party?
Yes.
And you got charged with the crime of aggravated assault. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Also in the 8th grade, do you remember being arrested for a theft or stealing a lot of laptops from the school? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you went back to the juvenile detention center approximately age 13. Is that fair to say?
I can't really put the numbers with it. I mean, like the timing, but I was in my juvenile life.
Do you remember, if you don't remember, it's fine. Remember being sentenced to a year in the juvenile detention center at that time?
I remember doing a year in juvenile.
Okay. So if we add a year to 2006 in the 8th grade, that would be approximately you were released again in 2007. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And you would have been at that time approximately 14 years of age. That sound about right?
Yeah.
And is that pretty much where it ended for your formal education?
I went to high school.
Mm-hmm.
That what you asked me?
Yeah.
I went to high school.
Okay. Now, in 2007, were you familiar with a place called Jonesboro South?
Yeah.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, what is Jonesboro South to you?
A neighborhood by Cleveland.
And were you aware, and do you remember if Jonesboro South ever closed, meaning shut down?
Yeah.
It's I guess, a housing project, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And the city of Atlanta shut it down, if you know?
I don't know how it got shut down.
Okay. Were you aware they were shut down in year 2007?
No, I don't know when they got shut down.
Do you remember about the age of 14, Jeffrey Williams first coming over to Cleveland Avenue area to live with some family members? You would be age 14.
That could be true. I really don't.
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
Say that could be true. I really can't put the time.
Okay. Did you know that Mr. Williams came to Cleveland Avenue from the Jonesboro South apartment complex closing? How about that? Were you aware he used to live in Jonesboro South?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you aware of Jeffrey's age compared to your age?
Yeah.
Do you know Jeffrey's date of birth?
Yeah.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury?
August. August 8th.
Okay.
No, I know August 8th.
You said it's in August?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. And what year compared to you, if you know?
No. I better know the exact date. I don't know the year.
That's okay. Is Jeffrey approximately a year and a half older than you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, when you were back living with your grandmother and your two brothers, were there times that you were hungry? Did not have enough food?
Yeah.
Okay. And when Jeffrey was living in Cleveland Avenue area with family members, were there times that he did not have food, if you know?
Yeah.
Do you know how many siblings, that means brothers and sisters, that Jeffrey had living with him in Cleveland Avenue area approximately?
Nah, I know how many he got though.
How many?
Six girls, 5 boys.
Okay. So 11 total children?
Yeah.
Now, around that time I'm talking about, when Jeffrey first comes into Cleveland Avenue area and you're living there with your grandmother, okay? That's the time period I'm focused on, okay? I'd like you to focus on that time. Were there times that there were no utilities in your house, meaning at times there was no electricity or heat, air conditioning, water, things like that? Did that happen?
In my house?
Yeah.
No.
How about Jeffrey's house?
It may could have been.
Were there times that you were hungry and you had no money to buy something to eat?
Yeah, but it was because I ain't want to eat what my grandma had, though.
Okay. And did Jeffrey ever share his last dollar with you to split food? Did that ever happen?
I recall McDonald's had a $3 meal. Yeah, we used to pitch in and help out to get that one, the double cheeseburger with $3. Yeah, we used to help out with it. That.
And you guys would split the meal. Is that fair to say?
Or if somebody had the money, the other person would pay if there was some money. You know, $3.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, we found $3. I mean, we put together $3 to get the McDonald's meal.
And you took care of each other. Is that fair to say?
Right.
And you and Jeffrey became close at that young age. Is that right?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
You referred to him earlier in your testimony last week as your brother.
Yeah.
Is that how you think of him?
Yeah.
Now, did there come a time that you realized that Jeffrey was very smart? Or is he very smart, in your opinion?
Yes.
And is he artistic? Meaning he's a good drawing?
Yeah.
And he likes fashion?
Yeah.
And he's musically talented. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you wanted to be a chef, right?
Yes.
Now, watching Jeffrey from the time you met him, how dedicated was he, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, to becoming a musical sensation or artist, popular artist? How hard did he work?
He worked very hard. He worked hard.
Have you ever seen anyone work harder at trying to become something in your whole life than Jeffrey?
I ain't really ever seen anybody trying to become one in my life.
And is it fair to say that Jeffrey had a mission to become a popular rap artist, musical artist?
That's fair.
I couldn't hear you.
That's fair.
Now, when Jeffrey was trying to become an artist and working hard, where would he go, or was it all the time that he was trying to learn how to speak fast, how to rhyme words, what to come up with? Were you there with all that? Were you watching him work?
Say it again?
Yeah.
My bad.
No, it's not fault. Jeffrey was working hard to learn music and how to present. Where was he doing it? Was it in studios, in homes, everywhere, in the street, social media?
I want to say social media. Social media wasn't popular then, but yeah, home, studio, where we hung out at, yeah.
Okay. And do you know who Jeffrey's inspiration was in music?
Yeah.
Tell the jurors.
Lil Wayne.
And tell the jurors about Lil Wayne's music to you. What was it like? What did it convey?
Convey?
That's my fault. Let me ask some bad questions. Why did you like Lil Wayne's music?
I don't know. The cadence.
Okay. By the cadence, you mean like the beat?
Yeah, his overall sound, his beat, his lyrics.
And about the lyrics, could you identify with what Lil Wayne was saying about the lyrics?
Could I identify?
Yeah, did that strike you as something that, yeah, I've experienced that, I've seen that? Did he talk about, what did Lil Wayne talk about or sing about or rhyme about?
Growing up in projects and women and drugs.
Stuff that you had some experience with or have observed, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as Jeffrey was trying to promote himself, would you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, whether he copied, that's my word, Lil Wayne, tried to be like Lil Wayne?
Yeah.
Did Jeffrey sound like Lil Wayne? His voice and lyrics?
Yeah, he tried not to, but yeah, he did.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Did Jeffrey, did Lil Wayne have face tattoos? You remember tattoos on his? Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did Jeffrey eventually get tattoos on his face?
Yes.
Did you get tattoos on your face?
Yes.
Had you ever seen anyone before Lil Wayne in rap who had tattoos on their face, if you know?
They weren't rappers, but they was on a rap song.
Okay. Do you know who the person you're talking about? And if it's just...
I think it's like, they had a song with Jay-Z, Linkin Park.
Okay. When you were growing up, did anyone ever get you any counseling? Did the state or the court or anybody ever get you any type of counseling? Or the police?
Yeah, I got sent to Georgia Regional. I think that's like a counseling facility or something.
Okay. How about after going to Georgia Regional? Anything else?
I had caseworkers and stuff.
Okay. Like social workers?
Yeah, social worker.
Now, growing up in the environment that you grew up in and going through what you went through, would you describe yourself as angry?
Yeah, but I was already angry going into the environment though about my mom's situation though. About what happened to my mom.
And I'm sorry. Were you taking any drugs, street drugs, not prescribed by a doctor?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, what type of drugs you were taking?
Weed, pills, Xanax pills, ecstasy pills, Percocet pills, alcohol. Yeah.
And Jeffrey did drugs with you too, didn't he?
Yes.
Now, if you met Jeffrey approximately 14 and he was about a year and a half older than you, he would have been 16. Does that sound right? About 15 and a half, 16? That's all right. As the years went by, do you remember Jeffrey playing in like 17 and under clubs in the area? And when I say playing, I mean performing music.
Yeah.
I want to talk with you about a gentleman whose name came up to the ladies and gentlemen jury named Quentin Porter. Okay? Fair?
Yeah.
And he was also known as Boo or Big Boo. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And you said that he was older than you, right?
Yeah.
He older than Jeffrey, right?
Yeah.
And he was like a leader of people in that area. Is that Cleveland Avenue area or rock crew? Is that fair to say? People followed him.
Yeah. Yeah. I can get my jacket on cold.
Yeah, you can wear your jacket, sure.
And just for ladies and gentlemen, jury, the young lady who's handing that to the sheriff is your lawyer.
I sustain the objection.
Okay.
What, I ain't supposed to have my jacket?
So you put your jacket on, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Stevens, who's the young lady who handed the sheriff the jacket?
My attorney, Chrissy Gladden.
Okay. Now, Mr. Porter or Boo, to your knowledge, did he help Jeffrey career?
He was like known in Atlanta, and like he was popular in like the Atlanta nightclub scene. So yeah, he often got us in the older clubs and stuff to get, yeah.
And when you're saying he was popular with the nightclub scene, you're talking about Mr. Porter, Quentin Porter?
Yeah.
And was he instrumental, is my word, that's a bad word. Did he assist getting, if you know, getting Jeffrey to play in these other clubs?
Yeah, assisted in getting us inside the club and the music played.
One more time, couldn't you?
He assisted getting us inside the club and getting the music played.
Okay. And if you know, did Quentin Porter himself and others, he have put up posters around the neighborhood saying, everybody go to this establishment, Mr. Williams or Jeffrey's going to be, Young Thug is going to be playing, and everybody would come out. Is that true?
Nah, but he told everybody though.
Okay. Okay.
If he said something at a party, they helped the party.
One more time.
If Boo said something at a party, that helped the party.
If Boo said,
like, if he promoting a party or like saying something about a party, yeah, that helped.
okay, so if Mr. Porter or Boo promoted this event that Jeffrey's playing, people would go. That's what
event,
That's what I heard you say.
Yeah.
Okay. And was Jeffrey's music being played locally in the streets? When he was 16, 17 years of age?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Porter or Boo also would bring out a lot of people to watch Jeffrey perform? Is that true?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Okay. Okay. Now, Mr. Porter was affiliated, he God forbid is deceased. Is that true? To your knowledge? Is that true?
Yeah.
And he was affiliated with the Bloods. He talked about himself being a member of the Bloods. Is that true? And Rockford.
That man said, Quentin said a lot of things. Boo said a lot of things.
Okay. Do you know whether you heard him say that he was part of the Bloods?
Objection.
Or Rockford?
Hold on.
What was the objection?
It was hearsay.
Not for the truth of matter certain.
Rephrase your question. Hold on, wait a second. Hold on. I'm saying objection.
Now, when you would go to Jeffrey's shows, would you consider him a great performer? Did he do a great job?
Yeah.
And was it fun watching him perform?
Yeah.
And was it fun being in the audience and watching him perform?
Yeah.
A lot of girls?
Yes.
And people were drinking at the establishments?
Yeah.
And Jeffrey was becoming popular in the area. Is that true?
Yeah.
Before Jeffrey started to perform and get a reputation for being a rapper in the area, would you consider him to be shy? Was he shy?
Objection, Your Honor, on
Basis.
generalization, the time frame.
I sustain the objection. You can rephrase Mr. Steele.
Before Jeffrey became popular by performing, was he shy? Was he quiet? How about that?
Objection vague.
I sustain the objection.
How would you consider and describe Jeffrey's demeanor outside of performing?
No, I feel like he was always thinking.
He's always what?
Thinking.
Okay. Do you remember him when he did speak, covering up his mouth or putting his arm around his mouth? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
You remember his teeth being, in his opinion, I'm not saying they were, in his opinion, being unattractive?
As to speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Were his teeth perfect like they are today?
Mm-mm.
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, by the time Jeffrey's 20 years old, you're approximately 18 years of age. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that by that time, Jeffrey is well-known performer on Cleveland Avenue and elsewhere?
By the time I'm 18,
Yeah. You remember Jeffrey putting out mixtapes? I Came From Nothing in 2011. Remember those mixtapes?
I remember I came from no mistake, but the exact dates that it came out, I don't remember that.
That's okay. But by the time those tapes were coming out, Jeffrey had a good following. Is that fair to say? He was popular.
Yeah.
And he was performing throughout Atlanta. Is that true? Yes?
Yeah.
He was performing South Georgia. Is that true?
Yeah.
In Alabama, right?
Can't remember the exact states, but I know he was performing.
Do you remember Florida and South Carolina?
Oh, I remember Savannah, because they used to always have the spring break. Savannah used to not have. That was a tourist attraction area over the spring break. Peach Crush, Orange Crush.
Do you remember by 2012, the next year? Jeffrey's about 21, you'd be about 19. 2013, Jeffrey's with a record label. You know who Gucci is?
Yeah.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, who that is.
Tell.
Who Gucci is.
Another Atlanta artist, rap artist.
And do you know if he signed Jeffrey to a record label?
Yes.
And then in approximately 2012, 2013, so Jeffrey would be approximately 21, 22, you'd be about a year and a half under that. Jeffrey was with a gentleman named Brian Williams, Birdman, doing Rich Gang. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but I don't know no dates though.
That's okay. That's okay. And do you remember that 2013, 2014, Jeffrey had gigantic hits playing on the radio throughout the world?
I'm sorry. You're not asked that Mr. Steele.
Basis.
The question, I just didn't hear it. I couldn't hear him. But date.
All right. You can rephrase it, Mr. Steele, or repeat it. Repeat. We're just asking you to just repeat it.
Mr. Stevens, by 2013, 2014, do you remember Jeffrey having big hits? Stoner, do you know that song?
Yeah.
Danny Glover, you know that song?
Yes.
Lifestyle, you know that song?
Yes.
Were they all, in your opinion, major hits?
Yes.
Okay. And by that time, Jeffrey is approximately 22, 23. You'd be a year and a half under, so you'd be approximately 20, 21, something like that. Does that sound right?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I'm sorry.
No,
I did not mean to interrupt you.
no. So you keep on saying the 2 year, every time his birthday change, mine change.
Exactly. Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember during that time, 2013, 2014, seeing Jeffrey come up in magazines? People writing about him in Rolling Stone and Complex. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Nah, I can't. I don't recall that.
Do you remember him having followers on social media?
Yeah. No.
Lots of followers. You remember that?
Yeah.
And during all that time, from when you met Jeffrey to the time we're talking about, we stopped approximately 2013, 2014 for now. How many times did Jeffrey Williams ever commit a crime in support of Rock Crew, to further the interests of Rock Crew? Tell the jury.
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Does that mean no?
Objection, Your Honor.
I stand the objection.
How many times has Jeffrey committed a crime? We're going to go up to that year because we're going to keep talking other dates, okay? How many times has Jeffrey committed a crime to further the interests of YSL gang?
Don't listen to the hackers. Paying the ransom doesn't guarantee data decryption. Get your data back with Proven Data's 24/7 emergency ransomware recovery.
I don't recall. I don't know.
You were committing, and I'm not insulting you.
Right.
I'm not trying to insult you.
Right.
But you were committing crimes during that whole time that you met Jeffrey until we stopped about 2014. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You were committing crimes such as theft, right?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Potentially drug dealing. I know that came later, but potentially around the drug dealing. Is that true?
Yes.
Potentially armed robberies. Is that true?
Yeah.
And armed robbery means that not only did you take like my possession, like if I was the person targeted, you took, like say my watch, but you did it with an offensive weapon, like a knife, a gun, brass knuckles, something like that. You understand that's the term?
Yeah, well, I ain't wrong about it though.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you. So it's thefts, fair to say?
Yeah.
True?
True.
Okay. And you did that because you wanted instant gratification. You wanted whatever, the laptops, the jewelry, the car, whatever it was. You wanted it right then, right?
I don't know why I did it.
Okay. Now, when you said earlier that in approximately, and if you didn't use this date, that's fine. That's fine. Somewhere around 2012, 2013, 2014, something like that. You wanted to change from identifying as Rock Crew to a new place, YSL. Is that fair to say? You said something like that?
Yes.
And I know the dates are not perfect. And that's you made that clear. No one's trying to trick you. But can you tell in an age or in an event what possible year that was? And if you can't, just say it was around that time. I don't know.
Oh. She I know the date. She told me the date. It was like
You mean in your plea agreement?
No, she said something about October when it happened. I think me and my lawyer went over it. When that statement was made.
Which statement you talking about?
That you saying that I no longer want to go by Rock Crew.
If that's not what you said, don't worry about what I said. I thought that's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
You asked me about the date.
Approximately. If for a year, a year or something like that. If you know, and if you don't know, Mr. Stevens, just say it,
Yeah, I know. I'll tell you. I know. I remember either me and my attorney talking about the date that would possibly happen.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you a different question. Do you remember a gentleman named Javaris Crittenton?
Yes.
You know who that is?
Yeah.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury who Javaris Crittenton is.
For years to me?
One more time.
Who he is to me?
If you know, what did he do for a living? How about that? Well, what was he known for? Did he excel at something?
I'm going to object, foundation.
I have him on cross first of all.
No, still, I sustain it. You can rephrase it.
Do you know whether he excelled at an sport?
Yes.
What sport?
Basketball.
Okay. And was there ever a time that you found out, whether it's true or not, I don't know, whether you believe that Quentin Porter or Boo, or Big Boo, told Javaris Crittenton that you armed robbed him? Did you ever hear that?
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay. And is that the reason, tell the jury, that you wanted to separate from Rock Crew because you wanted to show that you were not happy with Mr. Porter?
Yeah, I object as to ask and answer these.
I'm over the objection. I can answer it. Sir, you can answer the question.
Yeah.
Now, at the time that YSL was the label, the letters, whatever, the term that was chosen, my understanding that you were in a room.
Your Honor, objection is to Mr. Steele's understanding and testifying.
I sustain the objection.
I'm on cross-examination.
So what? You still can't testify, Mr. Steele.
You were in a room, is that fair to say? It was it outside or inside?
What's the start of the question?
When you feel like and you remember that you were going to call yourself YSL, were you inside a building, a room? Were you outside at a park? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
I couldn't hear you.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember Jeffrey being there?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember Walter Murphy being there?
I already said I don't remember like the time or none of that. The time, no, I don't remember.
And I'm not asking you about the time, but do you recall wearing a belt buckle with YSL on it? You ever wear a belt buckle like that?
Yeah.
Do you recall conversations saying you didn't want to call yourself Rock Crew anymore, and people saying, we're going to say YSL? You remember that on your belt buckle?
Yeah.
And with those people who were there, Jeffrey?
Question.
Is that true? And if you don't remember, just say I don't remember.
But you said a room, though. I don't remember like the exact place it was happening.
Don't worry about where it was. Wherever it was.
Yeah.
Jeffrey was there. Walter Murphy was there.
Yeah.
Was Mr. Crenshaw there?
Crenshaw?
Mondo?
Nah.
Mondo. That's fine. All right. Now, Jeffrey, or you, knew that Lil Wayne, he would sing about like a record label. Do you know that? Cash Money, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. And during that conversation, was Jeffrey, tell the jury, was Jeffrey looking for a logo, a record label to sing about, even though he didn't have one?
Yeah.
And it was decided YSL, and you had decided I'm not Rock Crew anymore, right?
Right.
Now, I want to talk with you about your incarcerations since you've known Jeffrey, okay? Since you've known Jeffrey, you were charged with crimes in 2014, is that true?
Yes.
2015, is that true?
Yeah.
And then this indictment, 2022, does that sound right?
Right.
If I left anything out, correct me, and there may be a couple of different crimes in those years, but those are basically the years, is that true?
Right.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, since you knew Jeffrey Williams, and since he was popular and had money, you know he has money, right?
Yeah.
Tell ladies and gentlemen jury, in 2014, how much money he gave towards your attorney fees.
No.
2015, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how much money Jeffrey Williams paid towards your attorney fees.
No.
When you got arrested on this case, charging you as a co-indictee, that's a bad word. That's a bad word, forget that. Charging you, give me 1 second, okay? Your Honor, may I approach?
You may, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may, sir.
May I approach you, sir? I'm showing you what's already been marked and entered. Says State's Exhibit 23UU. I'm just moving the first page. You can look at the first page. Then the second page, you can look at the second page. So the sixth page I'm showing you of that document. You can look at the whole thing, but are you familiar with the indictment in this case that you pled guilty to in count 1?
Yes.
Okay. And Jeffrey's also named in that same indictment, fair to say?
Yes.
You voluntarily turned yourself into custody, right? No one, am I right?
Yes.
Voluntarily turn yourself in, just explain that to the jury. Tell me what that means.
I got some phone calls from like family members saying that my name was on the news for an indictment, and my grandma helped me get a lawyer, and I turned myself in.
Okay, you came to the court, the jail, somewhere, and you said, I understand there's a warrant. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, the jail.
And you came with a lawyer?
Yes.
You just said your grandmother paid.
Yeah.
Did Jeffrey Williams, so ladies and gentlemen, jury, in any way assist you in any way with any finances?
No.
When you said that you're a founder, when it's been testified to, of YSL, how much money have you ever made from Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Now, when you were arrested, when you turned yourself in and you had a lawyer, tell the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, who that lawyer was, who your original choice of lawyer was.
Thomas Flugen.
And how much money did your grandmother pay to Thomas Flugen to represent you on this case?
$50,000.
Was that a large sum to your grandmother?
Yes.
And Thomas Flugan is not the young lady who handed you the jacket, right?
Right.
Tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, what happened to your representation with Mr. Flugan.
Mr. Flugan told me that he had to withdraw because his wife caught cancer and he was gonna have to be with her at the beginning of this trial.
What happened? How did you get the Honorable Miss Christy Gladden to represent you? Can you tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, how that happened?
Thomas gave us half the money back. We paid him. And Miss Gladden was my attorney for when I went to prison. So I reached out to her because I knew she knew me.
Now, when you were, after you turned yourself in with your lawyer, were you able to secure a bond? You know what I mean by bond?
Yeah.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, what bond is.
When you've been charged with something and you get a bond, bail.
Okay. So, do you remember the date or approximate date you turned yourself into custody on this case?
I think it was May. I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. May 2022?
Yeah.
And then in front of you, you were released after you took a plea agreement, right? You were released, you went home, right?
Yes.
And that was approximately December 29th, 2022?
I remember it being December.
You can look at the second page of the document that's in front of you. I think the other way, so yes. Should have a date on it, should be, and look at it, make sure you know.
Yeah. Oh, man. I don't see it.
May I approach you, Honor?
You may, sir.
Thank you. May I approach you, sir?
I see my birthday. I don't see it.
It's okay. May I come up closer?
Yeah. Yeah.
See December 29, 2022.
Yeah.
So I want to talk with you. You spoke a lot with the district attorney about your guilty plea being freely and voluntarily. Remember all those questions?
Yeah.
And do you remember that nobody coerced you? Do you know what coerced means, sir?
I mean, I know what direction.
Nobody had like a gun to your face to make you. Is that true? No one forced you, right?
Right.
Okay. But I want to discuss with you what was going on around December 29, 2022, when you entered that guilty plea, okay? Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. You had been in custody, that means without a bond, for approximately 7 months. Does that sound right? Let's do it differently. May, you turn yourself in, right?
Mm-hmm.
In June, you're in jail?
Mm-hmm.
July, you're in the Fulton County Jail, correct? True?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
August? September 2022?
Mm-hmm.
October 2022? True?
Mm-hmm.
November 2022? And most of December 2022, so approximately 8 months. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how many children you have.
I got 3 boys.
And can you give your ages? Their ages.
2 8-year-olds and a 12-year-old. And
during the time that you're in jail, who are they staying with?
Their mother.
And how many mothers do the 3 children have?
How many mothers?
Yeah.
Oh, they each have their own mother.
Okay. And who was helping out? Well, you were in jail for approximately 7 or 8 months. Were you able to help out financially or emotionally any of your children?
No.
When you were in jail for approximately 7, 8 months, were you able to help out emotionally or monetarily any of your children's mothers?
No.
And your lawyer, the Honorable Miss Gladden, do you remember when you hired her to be your lawyer?
Not exact date.
Let me show you what I'll mark as Mr. Williams number 16, and I'll fill in the others. May I approach, sir?
Yes, you may, sir.
May I approach you, Mr. Steve? I'm going to show you what I've marked as Mr. Williams number 16. Tell me if you recognize that document and if it helps you to remember the date that Miss Gladden became your lawyer.
You want me to read it?
To yourself, you can read it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The date on it.
Okay, that helps you? Do you recognize that document?
Yeah.
Here, I'll move for the admission, Mr. Williams, number 16.
Your Honor, I'd ask how you recognize me.
Yeah, lay a little more foundation, Mr. Steele. I'll sustain the objection.
Do you recognize that document?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Said twice, Your Honor, yes.
Your Honor, I ask how. So the objection was foundation. How does he recognize?
Sustain the objection.
Okay. How do you recognize that document?
I read it. You just told me to read it in my head.
Okay. And is it from your lawyer? Miss Gladden?
Yeah, yeah.
And does it say that she's your lawyer?
Objection, Your Honor. The foundation has come from a witness, and this recitation of what may or may not be on the document does not form the proper foundation for his knowledge of that document.
Can I see the document, please? Chris, you got it. Mr. Steele, I'm gonna sustain the objection as to form or should say foundation, but I believe you can lay a little foundation. He knows what the basis of that particular document is.
What date did you hire Miss Gladden approximately?
Do I look from the paper or from my another?
Helps to refresh your memory, you can, but then testify as to what you know.
Good. So, as I'm reading the paper, it says it's an entry.
No, you, when you're finished with the document, put it down and then you can testify from it, okay? Testify as to your memory at that point, okay?
No, I don't remember the date that she.
Okay. Approximately how long before you entered your plea on December 29, 2022 was Miss Gladden your lawyer?
I know I hired her in December and entered my plea in December too.
Okay. So a couple of weeks?
Yeah.
All right. And do you know how much you paid Miss Gladden to represent you on this case? Goes.
I won't rule the objection, Ms. Love. Go ahead, sir. You can answer the question, sir.
All right. Now, because my grandma, I don't know how much she paid her.
Do you know if Miss Gladden works with a big law firm or is she a solo lawyer?
I think her firm named after her. Her firm is named after her, okay. So I think she got a firm.
And does she handle other cases?
Yeah.
And do you know that from coming to court, you know the length of this case was estimated by district attorney to be a year trial? You aware of that?
Yes.
And you knew from the money that your grandmother paid, if you know the exact amount, if you don't, that's fine. Did you believe that Miss Gladden was going to represent you on that trial for a year?
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
I stand the objections to form. You can break it down, Mr. Steele.
How much discovery were you provided in this case? The district attorney's office.
I remember going over it in the iPad with me while I was in court. While I was in court.
Remember hearing 8 terabytes of discovery?
I remember the word terabyte.
Okay. And do you remember you could not get out on a bond?
Yes.
And you just missed Christmas, is that true? When you entered this plea?
Yeah.
And the prosecution came to you and said you can get out of jail immediately if you enter this guilty plea with conditions. Is that true?
I didn't say immediately, but they said I can get out of jail though.
Didn't you get out the same day you entered that guilty plea?
Yeah.
Speak up, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the Fulton County Jail, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury about the food.
Mm-hmm. No, I ain't really eat it. I don't eat noodles and stuff and tuna. But it's bad though.
While you were in the Fulton County Jail, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury about people getting killed in the jail.
Yeah, I was hearing about people dying. Yeah.
While in the Fulton County Jail, how many times were you able to go outside in those 7 to 8 months?
So the gym got windows, but you don't go outside though.
I couldn't hear you.
You don't go outside.
And is it fair to say, Mr. Stevens, the way you were living, there was urine? True? in the Fulton County Jail?
Mr. Stevens, pull the mic in front of your face so we can all hear you, okay? Speak in the microphone.
Yes.
There was feces. There was people's bowel movements.
Yeah, from the toilet, yeah.
How about outside the toilet?
They got a toilet. Yeah, that type stuff going on, yes.
Okay. Vomit.
Oh yeah, it was some vomit.
You were living in filth, is that fair to say?
It was pretty filthy.
And you did have access to TV at times, right?
Yes.
But sometimes there was no TV, right?
Yes.
And physical contact, like where we can shake hands with your family members, your children. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, how many times that happened during those 7 or 8 months?
No.
And you were able to speak with friends or family on a video, audio, or a telephone line. Is that true?
Yes.
Between certain hours.
Yes.
Right? On certain days of the week, right?
Yes.
And when you were on, let's say, the video, audio, it's a little screen, like an iPad, I guess, right?
Yeah, they're like, yeah.
But there's people around who can watch and overhear you. Is that true?
Yes.
It's not very private, right?
Yes.
Same thing with the recordings, the jail calls. You can make a jail call to someone at the jail phone, rather, from the jail, but also there's people around, right?
Yes.
And the video, audio are recorded, right? You know that.
Yes.
And the jail calls are recorded, the telephone calls, right?
Yes.
So there's not much private conversation with your family or friends. Is that true?
Yes.
You lost employment opportunities, right?
Yeah, I wasn't employed while I went to jail.
Okay.
I wasn't.
And then when you were given this plea offer to get out of jail, I know that no one coerced you, that's forced you, put a gun to your face, God forbid. And you keep saying it's freely and voluntarily made, but it's under those conditions, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you did not plead guilty, you were facing 20 years in prison on count 1, RICO, right?
Yes.
You were also a recidivist, which means that you would serve every single day of the sentence, the longest possible sentence. You realize that?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asks you, is it freely and voluntarily made and no one put a gun to your face, except those are my words. It has to be put in context, right? You wanted to go home, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, in your plea agreement, I'm going to show it to you. Can I approach?
You may, sir.
I just see something, Mr. Stevens. May I approach?
You may, sir.
I just see something that needs to catch it. Is that okay? Thank you. Now, Mr. Stevens, if you testify something contrary to what you signed on December 29, 2022 in this plea agreement, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what could happen to you.
If I testify something,
Let me change it. Do you mind if Your Honor, may I withdraw that question?
You may, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, I'm apologize, that was a bad question. If you were to say something under oath today or Friday or not Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, or tomorrow, that is different than what you agreed to on December 29, 2022, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what can happen to you upon motion of the district attorney.
I can have my probation revoked.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how long that probation is for.
8 years.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what it means to have probation revoked.
That you will no longer be on probation and that you'll have to serve that time in prison.
Now, when you were going through this factual acknowledgement, on page 405. Exhibit number
16 uniform.
May I approach the copy of 16 uniform?
You may, sir.
Approach you, sir.
Yes.
I'm showing you, you can look at the whole document if you need, but I'm at 405. You see where I get that?
Yes.
Okay. And it's number 5. It's kind of in the center of the page. See where it says defendant sentencing acknowledgments?
Yes.
Read, if you don't mind, or I can read it if you'd rather. Make sure I read it correctly though. Read number 1, then number 2, and number 3 slowly and speak to the jury.
I understand if I violate this plea agreement, the district attorney can and will use this statement during any judicial proceeding. I understand that if I violate any portion of this plea agreement before, during, or after the initial trial of this case, I am subject to having the entirety of my sentence revoked to prison. I understand that any violation of this plea agreement may result in my entire sentence being revoked and the district attorney, I understand that any violation of this plea agreement may result in my entire sentence being revoked and the district attorney will recommend that I serve up to the maximum sentence allowed by law in Georgia Department of Correction prison.
Now, I want to go over that plea agreement as well. If you would, Your Honor, approach.
Yes, sir.
On 16U. Touch this. It's on page 2 of 5. I'm getting that from here. And it's on number 4. You see what it says, defendant's factual acknowledgments? You see that? Read, if you don't mind, to the jury's factual acknowledgement number 1.
Young Slime, like a.k.a. is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signal, and terminology who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL.
In number one, when the district attorney, who prepared that document, by the way? When I say that document, 16 years.
Excuse me. I don't know.
Okay. In number one, does it say anything about Jeffrey Williams doing anything to promote the interests of the gangs on what you just read?
No.
Number two, read it to the jury.
Defendant is one of the founding members of Young Slime Life.
Number three.
Defendant committed aggravated assault as alleged in Act 1 by brandishing a gun at an undercover police officer that was surveilling a vehicle that was hijacked from a woman.
Nothing to do with Mr. Jeffrey Williams, right?
Right.
Okay. Number, I think we're up to 4.
In October of 2014, defendant was arrested with a red bandana and defendant was observed with a YSL tattoo and the Cleveland Air Rock Crew tattoo amongst other tattoos.
Okay. Number 5.
When asked by law enforcement about defendant's YSL and Rock Crew tattoo, defendant truthfully advised law enforcement that defendant is a member of a gang called Rock Crew, but the group is no longer going by that name and now goes by YSL, which originally stood for Young Slime Life.
Okay. Has nothing to do with Jeffrey Williams involved in furthering the interests of a gang, does it?
No.
Okay. Number 6.
Defendant advised law enforcement that YSL originally stood for Young Slime Life, but the group began calling itself Young Successful Lifestyle after Jeffrey Williams, a.k.a. Young Thug, signed a record deal.
Jeffrey was becoming very successful, true?
True.
Number 7.
The statements defendant made to the police about Rock Crew and YSL are reflected in Section 3 and Section 4 above and are true and accurate.
Nothing about Jeffrey furthering the interest of any gang, right?
No.
Okay. Number 8.
Defendant has been accused of and arrested for robbing women.
Okay. Number 9.
Defendant is the person referred to as Tick in the song by Young Thug entitled Ill in the verse She Getting Robbed by Tick.
And ooh is EWW. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You know that song?
Yes.
Okay. And when were you charged with robbing a woman? Do you remember the date? Over 2014, you remember all that?
Yeah, my attorney just told me that, yeah.
And you saw some documents?
Yeah.
last week?
Yeah.
Were you aware that who was created in the spring of 2014?
I ain't know. I don't know.
Because you're not with Jeffrey when he's doing all that work, are you?
No.
Number, you help me here, but I believe it's number 10. And if I'm wrong, just correct me.
Yeah, number 10. On February 4th, 2021, defendant participated in a group chat with fellow YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, a.k.a. Young Thug, and YSL associate One Lee, a.k.a. Slime Like Shadowwear, and Jeffrey Williams stated YSL ruled the world, kid. Y'all just started bringing me the money. Man, y'all stop playing with me.
Okay. I want to show you, if you don't mind. Look at your indictment. Let me get you the page. Okay, with that, Mr. Stevens, on number, I believe, 10.
February 4th, 2021.
And is that over at 127? If you don't know, that's fine.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Do me a favor, in that same document that's in front of you, the bigger document, and remind me of that number on it, the exhibit number.
Um, 23. Yeah, you.
Okay. And if you could turn to over at 127 of that indictment. Do you know how to do that?
Turn to page 127?
No, over. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
Not if I just take it for. So this.
Oh, all right. I see your number. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
126. And just tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, what page that is of that indictment, please.
Now,
Say again?
you ready now?
Please.
Oh, page 47.
I'm going to show you what I've already shown to the Honorable District Attorney, what I'm marking as Mr. Williams' number 17.
17.
Second. May I approach, sir?
You may, sir.
Mr. Stevens, do me a favor. I'm not showing to the jurors on purpose. I'm not trying to be rude, but just do me a favor. Just make sure that this is the same thing verbatim so the jurors can then see it. And verbatim is a bad word. Make sure that what I'm showing you is Mr. Williams' number 17 is what's written in number 127. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move for purposes of demonstrative, Mr. Williams, number 17.
Any objection to defendant 17?
No, Your Honor.
All right, defendant 17 is admitted for demonstrative use.
Your Honor,
Public interest is it?
and may I use that easel if you don't mind, Your Honor?
Which one?
That's behind Mr. Stevens.
You may, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, I'm putting this behind you, but you can use, we can move that if you want, or you can use the exact indictment, okay? This way the jurors can see it too, okay? Now, in your plea agreement, may I approach one more time?
You may.
I see your plea agreement for 1 second. May I?
Well, yeah, no.
I'll give it a second. And this is number 10 in the plea agreement, okay? If I'm wrong, that's correct. All right, now, I'd like to show, you're familiar.
Trump is the weakest candidate against Joe Biden, but Nikki Haley crushes Biden by double digits. With the criminal trials for President Trump and the liberal media out to get him, our country can't risk 4 more years. AFP Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
That she showed me. I don't think she showed y'all. I don't know.
Okay, but do you remember it being 25 UB? Wait, I'm wrong, not 25 UD. Regardless, I'm gonna show you, okay? I'm gonna show you the chat. Tell me if you recognize it. Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Mr. Williams number 2. Take a peek at that. Tell me if you recognize that. It should be a 2-page document.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move. Yes. I heard you, and thank you, sir. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams number 2.
No objection at all.
All right. And the witness 2 is admitted, and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Kokomo. It should come up on your screen, but you can use it right in front of you, okay, Mr. Stevens? Mr. Stevens, Mr. Kokomo must be having a little difficulty. Let me ask for court's permission if you want to publish it. I'll just show you Mr. Williams number 3 while he's doing it, okay? May I put you on?
You may, sir.
Tell me whether you recognize that mark as Mr. Williams number 3. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, and does it accurately depict a screenshot?
Your Honor, before getting into that, I object and ask that the witness testifies how he recognizes it.
I stand as to form. You lay some foundation, sir.
That part of the chat?
Yes.
Okay. And I know it's a piece of paper, but is that a screenshot of what was attached to the chat?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I will move for admission to number 3 of Mr. Williams.
Any further objection, Madam?
I don't know that he testified that it's an accurate and depiction, so I'd ask for more foundation delay.
I think he testified it's accurate of what
No,
was.
you didn't ask him that.
Is it an accurate depiction of a screenshot of what was attached to the chat that we're talking about?
Is it an accurate depiction?
Okay, these are bad words. Is it accurate as to what was attached to the February 4th, 2021 chat as an attachment?
I don't know if this is the exact picture, but this is what we were talking about.
Okay. All right, and I'll show you the exact picture, okay?
Mhm.
Your Honor, with that, I'll show him the exact picture.
I'll show it to him, see. You continue to lay your foundation.
Can you do it? I'm sorry?
Hold on a second, Mr. Steele. He's trying to be. All right, try now, sir.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, what's up on the screen is now Mr. Williams number 2. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just start at the top of this page. Do you see the page number on Mr. Williams number 2, what it says on the right-hand side?
Yes.
What, just to announce it, just so we know that we're looking at the same thing.
Number 2.
On the screen.
Oh, yeah, it say 1603.
Okay, and then do you see the very top, it says author. Do you see that what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who is underscore all hundreds.rel, if you remember?
Yes.
Who is that?
A guy from the neighborhood named Real.
Name what?
Real.
Red?
Real. Real.
Real. Okay. Real. R-E-L.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what was the date this was sent? You see the next line?
The 3rd, March the 2nd, 2021.
Okay. Could you, and that's fine, but could it be February 3rd, 2021?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just reading left to right.
Okay. Okay.
Madam.
And the next line, it says body, you see that?
Yes.
And what is body, if you know, in this type of chat? Okay.
Thing like the subject or something.
Okay, and what does it say?
I like 50.
Do you know what the rectangles are next to it by any chance signify?
No.
That's okay. And then the next author, 120 with 2 Y's, you see that?
Yes.
And then that's sent the same date?
Yes.
2/3/21?
Yes.
And then it says Floyd got him beat. You ever see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that's referring to?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury.
I think 50 Cent and Floyd Mayweather was talking about fighting or something.
One more time.
I think entertainers 50 Cent and Floyd Mayweather were talking about fighting.
Okay. And Floyd Mayweather is what is he?
A boss.
All right. Next one is again, plenty. You see that with the 2 Y's?
Yeah.
And you see the date again, the same date?
Yes.
And then the body, you don't have to use the curse word or the N word, but you see where it says this S, mom, kids. So I hope N ain't going outside and talking. I can't speak for the other chat because I'm not on it. I'm glad you, good slat. You see that?
Yeah.
And you know what that's about.
I don't know.
Who are mom's kids?
Huh?
Who are mom's kids?
That's the name of the group chat.
Okay. The next one is, you see where it says Young ZU?
Yes.
Okay, you know who that is?
Yes.
Who's that?
Another guy from the neighborhood.
Okay, you see the same date?
Yes.
And then Young sent an attachment. You know what that means?
That you sent an attachment?
Yeah. Tell ladies and gentlemen jury what that means.
I mean, someone sent the picture.
Okay. Then the next one is, again, Young ZU. You see the same date?
Yes.
And then will you do this is what's written, right?
Yes.
And then the next author is you, correct? Underscore one slug?
Yes.
And it's the same date?
Yes.
And you see what you wrote?
Yes.
And tell ladies and gentlemen jury what you wrote and what you're talking about, if you remember.
Let's say he posted in the other chat. He's saying this. I really don't know. Some.
Okay. Is Guttis a person?
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote that, say he saw it in the other chat, he's seen it himself, right? You're talking about seeing some picture or item?
Yeah.
All right. The next one is from Gutta, one underscore, you see that?
Yes.
And he's responding to you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what did he say?
So somebody told him I only sent the video in the other chat.
Okay. Do you remember what video he's talking about?
No, I think they talking about, I ain't sure though, but I think they talking about somebody slept with somebody's girlfriend. I don't know.
Okay.
I think that's what it was going though.
Okay. The next one is, the author is Bully Y1. You see that?
Yeah.
Now on the next day, you see that 2/4/21?
Yes.
Okay. And then you see what it says, date created, it says unknown?
Yeah.
And above that says body, Instagram user sent an attachment?
Yeah.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, is it the same attachment you just said, like a picture?
Yeah.
Okay, and then it says underneath that, you see where it says under text, T-E-X-T, you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And it says yo at Little Uzi Vert, you see that?
Yeah.
Do you know who Little Uzi Vert is?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury.
Entertainer, rap artist.
Okay. And do you see the next one, URL?
Yes.
It gives an Instagram.
Yes.
Okay. The next one is author 4KT. You see that?
Yes.
And you see it's the same date of February 4th, 2021?
Yes.
And what did he write?
This real.
Okay, I want you to think about it. Do you know what he's referring to?
Yeah.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what Forte is talking about.
He sent he was talking about an image of the Lil Uzi Vert. He had implanted a diamond in his forehead, and he was asking, did anyone know if it was real or not?
The next one, again, is Forte. You see that?
Yeah.
And it's the same date of February 4th, 2021. You see that, sir?
Yeah.
And in the body, that N, Uzi Crazy, and then the rectangles.
Yeah.
F it, I guess, when it's up, it's up. You see something like that?
Yeah.
All right. The next one is again under underscore all hundreds, rel. Dated same date. That boy take a punch in the head, it's over. You see that?
Yes.
And what, if you remember, is that referring to?
The diamond implanted in his forehead.
And whose forehead?
Uzi Vert.
Okay. And the next one again is 4KT. You see that?
Yes.
And the next one is same date, is all hundreds. You see that?
Yes.
And then you see what it says on the body?
Yes.
What does it say?
The proof sent an attachment.
Okay, is that the same thing, a picture or video?
Yeah.
All right, on the next page, you see on the upper right corner what page number that is?
Yeah.
You see where it says, what page number is that, sir?
1604.
Okay, and then you see under the text?
Yes.
And what does it say?
It's a competition now. Tory Lane just got a 87 billion piece put onto his forehead now.
And who is Tory Lanez?
Not a rap artist.
And what is your group referring to in this?
That he supposed to put a diamond in his forehead, implant in his forehead.
Mr. Steele, can I ask you to pause just a second? Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a break? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a break. Plan on coming back a little right before 4 o'clock, and then I'll let you know what the rest of the day will lead for you. Okay. All right. So remember my admonitions. Can ask you to retire to your headquarters. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, we're going to be in recess till a little before 4 o'clock, okay? All right. All right, we're in recess. Yes, Mr. Stevens, you can step down, take your break, don't discuss testimony. Anybody
Visit Meadow Springs in Greenville. These sophisticated new construction rental homes offer the luxury that you dream of with modern kitchens, spacious bedrooms, open living spaces, and more. These brand new 2-story homes are attractive inside and out. Act now and receive 1 month free. Don't wait. Search, self-tour, and apply today.
My biggest concern when I was thinking of getting Botox Cosmetic was
losing my expression. I wanted to stay hobby and stay me.
the doctor did great at explaining that the treatment plan for me was what I needed.
So I got treated on my forehead.
My crow's feet and my frown lines. I am so happy with the results.
My results are subtle,
I'm still myself.
just with fewer lines.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Learn more at BotoxCosmetic.com.
You let Ingram know that we're about ready.
I'm working on this case about the missing scientists. I've seen that before. This place, it takes us one by one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just to give you kind of a little planning, we're going to go for probably a little less than an hour or thereabouts, and we're going to recess for today and for the day, and then I'll tell you what we're going to do tomorrow. Okay? All right. Mr. Steele, whenever you're ready, whenever you get your AV set up, you may begin. Okay?
Yes, sir. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Stevens and show him the exhibit on the computer?
As long as he doesn't make any furtive movements, he'll probably be okay, right? Do you understand what furtive means? Okay, don't worry about it. Just there's no sudden movements toward our witness, okay? All right, come on up.
Y'all hold get in line.
Yeah, good lower.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
Mr. Stevens, did you see those two items that you were just shown by Mr. Kokomo?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what was depicted on the chat that we're going through, which is, I believe, Mr. Williams, number 2?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a better question. Is that part of the chat that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, both of them. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Your Honor, I will move. I'm not up to it yet, but I will move for the admission of, and I believe I marked it, Mr. Williams, number 3.
Any objection to Williams 3?
For clarity, is that just the last video that was shown?
These are 2. You should have 2 different.
Number 3, consists of 2 videos,
Yes.
or just the last?
One picture, one video. Same exhibit.
Okay. There's no objection.
All right, so defendants 3, which is a photo, a screenshot and a video, are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Okay. Your Honor, can we go back to, I believe it's Mr. Williams, number 2, where we stopped before the last break. If Mr. Kokomo can put that back on where we were, Mr. Stevens, okay? Just orient yourself. We're just waiting for it to come on the screen, okay?
Mr. Kearns, review this permit, Mr.
It should be allowed. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Kearns, could you read that, Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And re-enable the share.
While they're working that out, Your Honor, may I just proceed?
Yes, yes, sir, you certainly may.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, I'd like to show you where I'm marking Mr. Williams number 4. You see that picture on the right?
Yeah.
And who is that, if you recognize that person?
Uzi Vert.
And the rapper that you talked about earlier?
Yeah.
And what is it on the center of his head, or purportedly? That means, what's it supposed to be?
An implant of a diamond.
And does he say $24 million?
Yes.
All right. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, is that what the chat was about that is referenced in overt act number 127, count 1?
Yes.
What does that have to do, just tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, with expanding and helping the reputation of YSL gang? Tell them.
Tell them.
Yeah. How does that help the reputation in a criminal setting of a YSL criminal street gang? How does this statement by Jeffrey have anything to do with a crime?
I don't know.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how this increases street credibility for a gang crime organization.
I don't know.
Okay. Tell them how this increases notoriety for a criminal street gang. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how this overt act, what was taken by the prosecution in this chat, does that.
I ain't never said any of those things.
It's in your plea agreement, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
In your hold on, basis.
Not evidence.
I'm gonna rule the objection. Go ahead.
In your plea agreement, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. It's also in the indictment, right? You're familiar with it?
Right.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, this chat, is this public? Meaning if one of the jurors or the court reporter wanted to read it without being a search warrant, law enforcement, were they included in this?
No.
Was this anything to broadcast to people to beware of YSL, the criminal street gang?
No.
This has nothing to do, this is just friends talking, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you what I've marked. I'm showing to the district attorney, Mr. Williams, number 4. If I can approach Your Honor? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, I said yes.
Let's just see if I'm approaching, okay?
Yeah.
It's number 4. Anything, by the way, before we leave, Mr. Williams, number 2, anything else significant about that chat that has applicability to any type of criminal activity for a criminal street gang or some criminal organization?
No.
Okay. Take a peek, if you don't mind, at number 4 of Mr. Williams, dated today. And familiarize yourself with that as best you can, and just tell us when you're ready to discuss it, okay?
All right, it's a lot. I'm just reading over.
That's fine.
I read.
I couldn't hear. I apologize, Mr. Stevens.
I'm going back at these attachments.
One more time.
I said I was flipping through the last one because they just attachments.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing to read.
Okay, that's fine. Take your time. Tell us when you're ready.
All right.
Does what is shown to you as Mr. Williams number 4, does that accurately depict the chats that you were included in around the time in February 2021 that we were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And are there anything that you remember except for the attachments? I know it's paper, there's no attachments, but is it accurate otherwise?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for Mr. Williams number 4 to be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to defendant Williams 4?
No, I got it.
All right, defendant Williams 4 is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Mr. Kokomo, can you try, my friend? Thank you. Okay, now, Mr. Stevens, the date that Mr. Williams number 4 starts is February 6, 2021. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you're looking at the top of page what?
1698.
All right. And you've been able to scan through this. Do you remember this chat?
I'm trying to remember the exact direction the conversation was going in. But yeah, I remember it though.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And I couldn't hear what you said.
I said I was trying to remember the exact direction that the conversation was going in with.
And is it fair to say that this chat is about different things, but it's about paying rent money?
Yes.
And who was the participants about who's paying rent, the concern about paying rent? Who was talking about that?
Let me go through and read them.
If you don't mind, just tell us who the people are that's talking about paying the rent. And tell us what page you're on and where you're looking.
All right.
You look at page 1, by the way?
Yeah, I'm on the first page.
Okay. And that's 1698?
Yes.
Okay. And just tell us where.
So I started at the bottom of 1698.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you can go there. No. Okay. And is that you, the third one up from author on the bottom, underscore 1 slug? You see that?
Yes.
Okay, now this is the 6th of February 2021, right?
All right.
Before we go too far, is it fair to say that this is now 2 days after the little Uzi Vert 24 M's on an N's head? Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes. So in the indictment, when it has count number 127, and it states that this is on February 4th, 2021, this next series of conversation is actually 2 days later. Fair to say?
Does not count 127.
Sorry. I agree.
Why don't you just rephrase, Mr. Steele?
Overt Act, number 127. We're now about the last part. If you look at Overt Act 127, it says, y'all just start bringing me the money, manual, and stop playing with me. See that?
Yes.
This is 2 days later, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now let's go. So we're at the bottom of the first page on Mr. Williams number 4, and it says, since everybody, you see that where you wrote that?
Yes.
All right. And it reads, since everybody on the tight, I think it means time, let's chop up 1,500, or let's chop this 1,500 up that was due yesterday the 5th. You see that?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, what exactly you're talking about.
When I said since everybody on the tight time, they above, you got two guys talking about the Chiefs and the Buccaneers game. So that's what I mentioned by the time they on it. They was trying to bet on the game, and I was short on the rent.
Okay. And were you sharing this place with other people? Did they have to potentially chip in, or should they have potentially chipped in for rent?
Yeah.
That was your position?
Yes.
And they're betting on football?
Yes.
Okay. And if you need to do it differently, just do it. But if you turn to page 3 of this document.
Go to 3?
Actually, 2, the very top of 2.
Mine not number 1, 2. Mine number 1699.
Go up a little bit. Go up a little bit. 1699 is perfect. Just go up a little more, see who wrote that, please. This is 4K. And what's he talking about there? You see where he writes on 1699, the very top?
Yeah.
What's he talking about?
I'm one of the ones ready to pay whatever he need me to pay.
What's he talking about as far as you remember in context?
He's saying if someone needs some help, he ready to help.
And what's it for?
For rent.
Okay. And rent means on a house, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you keep going down on that page, 1699. Anything on that page that is important to the rent?
Yeah, I said nobody paid these people.
Okay. And what are you talking about?
The people we were in the house for.
Next line that you wrote? What does that have to deal with?
Y'all can just put what y'all got in the kitchen whenever y'all come in.
And what is that pertaining to?
Like basically, if you got something putting toward the rent, you can just leave it in the kitchen and I know what it's for.
Okay, and then Thugger 1 is right after that saying yo. You see that?
Yeah.
All right. Then on the next page, unless you tell us there's something else that's important to the context of this chat, this private chat.
Yeah.
See where it says can't afford no 1,500 month? On page 1700.
Yeah.
And who is writing that?
Me.
Okay. And this pertaining to what? The rent?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it fair to say that this whole chat, there's other things, there's football in there, there's other conversations, but it's about rent?
Yeah.
Okay. And then if you go to the middle of that same page, you see where it says, I paid last month?
1701. What page is?
Hold on one second, Mr. Kokomo, show page. Go down, Mr. Kokomo. Go up a little bit. See on 1700?
Yeah.
Talking about rent?
Yeah.
Okay, and you see where it says on the next page, which is 1701?
Yeah.
The middle of the page, you see where it says, middle of the page, Mr. Kokomo, when you get a chance? See where you wrote the center of the page, you all know I paid last month rent by myself. Here goes some right here. Slug, I know what you did. You see that?
Yeah.
You're talking about what?
I pay the rent by myself.
Okay, no one's helping you pay rent, right?
Yeah.
And you're struggling at this point, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then if you go to anything, tell us if we're skipping anything important, but otherwise, if you go another 4 pages on the bottom. See where Jeffrey comes in? Thugger. Where it says probably you, Slug, probably paid. You see that?
What page you on?
You paid? Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
What page you on, sir?
1705.
1705, Mr. Kokomo, if you don't mind. See where it is right there, third one on the screen. Thugger 1, probably you, Slug, you paid it.
Yeah.
Boy, you see that?
Yeah.
What's that talking about, sir?
He's saying he proud of me for paying the rent.
One more time?
He's saying he proud of me for paying the rent.
Okay. He's proud of you.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the next page. See where Jeffrey Thugger wrote, bring me the money?
Yeah.
What's he talking about? You'll start, you see that? Just start bringing me the money, really?
Yeah.
Talking about paying the rent and you guys can pay him back?
Yeah. So, no.
Okay.
You're basically saying, because he was helping out, and he was basically saying, like, I'm helping out while my money ain't making it to the right person's hand that it's supposed to be making it to.
Okay. He's helping guys out with the rent, right?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with, you see overt act number 127 in your indictment?
Yeah.
That helping out with rent was on the 7th of February 2021, right?
Yeah.
3 days after the $24 million surgically implanted on the gentleman's head, right?
Right.
What do they have to do with one another?
None.
Okay. And what is so sinister about Jeffrey helping out when you can't pay the rent? Sinister is a bad word. Let me redo it. What is you also bringing me the money have to do with increasing the reputation of a criminal organization? Tell the jurors.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Basis.
The court should give the law.
I'll stand it. You can rephrase it, Mr. Steele, okay?
This is in your plea agreement, right?
This being what, sir?
This statement is in your plea. You agree that this.
Why aren't you referring to it?
Okay, number 10, I believe, in your plea agreement. I believe it's number 10. If I'm wrong, just correct me. Is it?
Yeah, it said I participated in the group chat.
Right. With this line, right? With this line in it?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how this private chat about rent has anything to do with enhancing the notoriety, the street credibility, the reputation of a criminal organization.
I agreed to this because it said that I participated in a group chat, and that's what I did. So
I understand. Let's go to the chat though. Why is that chat inappropriate?
I only reason I agreed to it because it said I participated. I ain't no other reason.
There's nothing to do with any crime, right?
No.
I sustain the objection, Mr. Stevens.
You were part of this conversation, right?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how this conversation had anything to do with any crime that Jeffrey participated in at all.
I'll sustain it's the form of the question, Mr. Stevens. You may need to rephrase it.
Mr. Stevens, does this conversation that the jurors just went through, and they can read the whole thing, they'll have it. It's in evidence, okay? Have anything to do with Jeffrey involved in any type of crime that furthers the interest of any gang in any way? He's part of the conversation.
I sustain the objection.
What's the conversation about, sir?
One of it was about an implant, and one of it was about rent money.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk with you about overt act number, if you could turn to it in your indictment. 132. You see that?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you. Can you do me a favor? Take a peek at this. I've already shown it to district attorney. I'm going to mark it in a minute. Just tell me whether that, can you hold it for a second, is copied exactly the way it is in the indictment.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm marking it as Mr. Williams, number 18, for demonstrative purposes, asked to display to the jury.
Any objection to defendant's 18 for demonstrative? Any objection, Madam? All right, defendant's 18 for demonstrative purposes is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, sir. I'm putting it on the easel. Mr. Stevens, it's the same thing. You could use the indictment if you need to see it behind you. It's right behind you, okay? Mr. Stevens, I'm going to show you Mr. Williams, number 7. I approach, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
Tell me whether you take a peek at this, if you don't mind, sir. Tell me if you can recall and recognize what I've marked as Mr. Williams, number 7.
I read it.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've marked as Mr. Williams, number 7?
Yes.
And is it accurate, meaning is it to the best of your memory what was the chat?
Yeah, this is in the chat. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 7 into evidence.
Any objection to defendant Williams 7?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, defendant Williams 7 is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Okay, now, Mr. Stevens, while Mr. Kokomo has put this on the screen, this date now is approximately, what is it, May 13th, 2021, is that correct? That this chat is going on?
Yeah.
And again, this is an Instagram chat, correct?
Yes.
And it's between you, Mr. Williams is on there as Thugger 1, right?
Yeah.
And then other people, friends are in there, right?
Right.
And this is not something that's public. Is that true to say?
Right.
This is just a private conversation until now it's in open court, right?
Yes.
All right. And in this group text, and it starts at page 3242, you see that at the top?
Yeah.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, what's being discussed.
I'm trying to, if I can remember. So you want me to read it from the top?
We could, but do you remember? Did it refresh your memory about a gentleman?
I read it before.
Okay.
I mean, of course, this was one of my overacts in the indictment.
Right.
Yeah, so I read it.
Okay.
And I was then trying to make some sense out of it.
Okay, well, let's tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, what is. Is it fair to say there's a man named Instagram handle Gutta, G-U-T-T-A, on this?
Yes.
And you're having conversation along with other people with Gutta, you remember that?
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that Gutta falsely told your girlfriend that you were cheating on her, something like that? Is that true?
I feel like that could have been what it was about.
Okay, well, let's go through it. The first one is on page 3242. That's just an attachment. You see that?
Yeah.
And you wrote, put my life on the line for the gang, but they left me out and dry like a wet t-shirt. You see that?
Yeah.
And then you attach something, fair to say?
Yeah.
All right, and then the next one is plenty with 2 Y's. And then there has the 2 triangles we've been talking about, right?
Yeah.
And then the next one, plenty is saying in the body, Gutta lame, right?
Yes.
And Gutta is a person.
Right.
On this chat. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then Gutta responds, keep my name out of your mouth. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the next one is plenty, YY. You heard what I said, any N running to the ground about SHIT. He can text an N is lame. So you lame N, now what? You remember that?
Yeah.
And then Gutta responded. What are they talking about?
Yeah, I feel like Gutta was telling people, girlfriends, what they were doing, and I feel like it was something about that, though.
Okay. And when you say telling people's girlfriends about what they're doing, people on this text, right? On this chat, and telling them about that they may not be faithful to the girl, right? Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. And then as we go down it, you start responding on the next line, right? You keep going, make you look weak, right? Make us look weak.
Yeah.
Keep going. And you guys are arguing about this, right? On the text, on the chat.
Debate, arguing.
Debating or arguing, okay, and keep going. And it's the same back and forth, fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, and you keep going. And then eventually Jeffrey handle comes on, Thugger 1, right?
Yes.
Right there, you see at the very bottom of page, and on the screen it says Bash what gang?
I see it.
Okay, keep going down. And that's now page 3244. And then Thugger 1, where Jeffrey's handle says, y'all ain't beat him up or shot him yet, right?
Yeah.
And that's the part that's captured in overt act 132, right?
Yes.
And then the next line is y'all ends getting soft, right?
Yeah.
Poll after poll shows Trump is the weakest candidate against Joe Biden. But Nikki Haley crushes Biden by double digits. She even beats him in the swing states that Trump lost in 2020.
If he said that, I feel like he was saying.
I object to you speculating.
I stand the objection.
But do you remember?
So I mean what he was talking about or who he was talking to?
Yeah, I mean, he was talking to who? Who's Jeffrey Williams or Thugger 1 talking with? In the chat.
That'd be talking to both of us.
Right. And and how did you take it?
Like, I'm surprised y'all ain't beat each other up or shot each other up yet. Cause y'all seem like you're arguing about some female stuff.
Meaning you and Gutter, right?
Right.
Or Gutter, excuse me, right?
Right.
What does this have to do with anything involved a crime organization? This chat. This is not.
I stand the objection.
Not asking for the law, Mr. Stevens.
I stand the objection, so
Under
phrase. Okay.
This private conversation was telling two friends, stop it, right?
That's what I got from you. Yeah.
All right. Okay, I'd like to show you what I've marked as Mr. Williams number 5.
You may, sir.
I am going to approach you, with your permission, Mr. Stevens. Number 5, Mr. Williams, if you take a peek at that, tell me if you recognize that as part of the chat. Remember that, Mr. I'm not rushing, Mr. Stevens. Take your time.
Can I get what's before this? I don't know. Can I get what's before this?
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Oh, you asked me, do I? What you asked?
We're gonna get you what's before, and we'll get you several pages. Is that what you need?
Yeah.
No problem. Let me show you what I've marked as Mr. Williams number 7, I believe, but I'm not sure. Number 6, I apologize. Tell me if you recognize this, okay? First, John?
Yes, sir.
I will get you one page of the other one, okay? Can you take that other one back for a moment? Do you remember that one, Mr. Stevens? And I'm not trying to rush you.
I don't remember, but I'll read it.
No. We're gonna put it down. All right, Thursday, you were asked questions about on your birthday being at, going to see, paying $500 to go see one of your favorite artists. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked a question or a series of questions. Why weren't you with Mr. Williams in Louisiana on your birthday? You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk with you about that. Have you ever been taken by Mr. Williams to his concerts?
Yes.
Have you ever been taken on tour or part of a tour with Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Let me show you what I'm marking as Mr. Williams number 19. Tell me whether you recognize this. Approach, John? Yes. Take a look at that if you don't mind. Can you take this one back?
Sure.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Can you look at that, Mr. Stevens? Tell me whether you recognize that. You recognize that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
No.
All right. Do you remember Mr. Williams going on a tour of the United States, America, and performing in year 2015?
I know about the rodeo tour, but I've never seen that book before.
That's fine. That's fine. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, if the rodeo tour was Mr. Williams touring and performing throughout America.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember he was touring with another artist?
Yes.
Do you remember who that artist is?
Yes.
What's the artist's name?
Travis Scott.
Okay. And do you remember that tour started? Let me take a moment. On February 28th, 2015. Do you remember approximately that date? That's okay. Do you remember the cities and the states that were toured?
No.
Do you remember California? Does that sound right?
So I know that it was like Western states. That's why it was named rodeo or something like that.
And were you allowed to go on part of that tour?
Yes.
And do you remember what city or cities or state or states you went to?
No.
That's okay. And do you remember there came a time that you and others were accused of wrongdoing on that tour?
Yeah.
And that is committing crime, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember Jeffrey Williams repaying any victim of those crimes?
But I ain't commit no crime though.
Okay. Do you remember him? I'm not saying you did, but you were accused, somebody thought you did, right?
Yeah.
True?
True.
Do you remember Mr. Williams paying people who lost their property, trying to make it right? You remember that?
I don't know like what happened, what ended up happening behind the application.
I couldn't hear you.
I said, I don't know what ended up happening about behind it.
Okay. Is it fair to tell ladies and gentlemen jury that you were sent home from that tour?
I was sent home.
You were told by Jeffrey that you could not continue, right?
Right.
Okay, so when the district attorney asked you later that year on your birthday, why weren't you in Louisiana? You were actually sent home from a tour, right?
Yeah.
Now, the district attorney said a lot of questions to you about YSL like they're one. You remember all those questions, like YSL's like a group, always together? Remember all those questions?
Objection compound.
I stand the questions to form. You can rephrase it.
Okay. Do you remember questions about YSL is together? Remember that? I asked you those questions?
Yeah.
Jeffrey Williams, from early life, he was not on Cleveland Avenue much, was he?
No, not early.
He separated from Cleveland Avenue because he was working, right?
I don't know what the reason was, but yeah, he went there.
And he was working at the same craft that he does today. He's a performer, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that eventually he had homes, various homes, right?
I know.
You never knew he had homes in California?
Oh, I know now, but yeah.
Okay. And you weren't with him, right?
Yeah.
He didn't put you on the lease, right?
No.
He didn't take you with him, right?
Right.
He didn't pay for you to get out of Cleveland Avenue, right?
Right.
In fact, he didn't do that for anybody there that you grew up with, right?
I know about me.
Okay, we'll talk about you. But Jeffrey would encourage you, isn't it true? And gave you opportunities to have a job with him if you wanted it, right?
He would encourage me to start selling drugs.
One more time?
I said he would encourage me to start selling drugs.
Yeah, he wanted you to stop committing crime, right? Tell the jury.
Yeah.
And he offered you jobs like you can carry bags for the group when they tour, right? Tell the jury.
Yeah.
And he gave you opportunities to try, I'm not saying it's for everybody, but try to perform rap music in the studio, right?
Yes.
He gave you opportunities, if you wanted it, to possibly try to organize, because they do a lot of packing up the equipment and the luggage, right? And pack for people, right?
It was an opportunity for me, man.
But you wanted the instant money like a theft, right?
Yeah. I wasn't trying to do none of that stuff, man.
I can't hear you.
I wasn't trying to do none of that stuff.
I don't know what you need. Just explain your answer better.
Yeah, yes, I want instant money, yeah.
And what Jeffrey was offering you is not, he wasn't just gonna give you money, but he gave you opportunities to change your life, right?
Well, definitely was an opportunity.
I couldn't hear
Yes,
you.
it was an opportunity.
And he gave opportunities, if you know, to everybody in poverty. True? If they wanted to work hard.
I'm going to Jacob, speculation regarding everyone.
I sustain the objection. It's overbroad. Go ahead and rephrase it, sir.
To your knowledge, Jeffrey made that same commitment to other people who were struggling. True?
I'm going to object.
Still, same issue, Mr. Steele. I'm sustaining the objection. It's overbroad. So rephrase it, please.
Do you know whether Jeffrey made that offer to others?
Still broad. You want to make it a little specific, more specific?
Did Jeffrey give an opportunity for lawful work in YSL record company music to other people? If you know.
I sustain the objection.
Mr. Stevens. Eventually you got off drugs, right?
After prison.
Couldn't hear you.
After prison.
And you don't do drugs now, do you?
No.
And when you went to prison, that's different than the jail. That's different than Fulton County Jail, right?
Yes.
And prison is horrible too, isn't it?
Yes.
You're away from your kids, right?
Yes. Yes.
You could be 5 hours away, depending upon where you're put, right?
That's true.
Dangerous.
Yes.
And when you've been in prison before, how often did Jeffrey Williams come to see you?
You can come see me.
I can't hear you.
None.
So according to the prosecution, you're business partners, right? That's what they're saying. You're co-founders. You really ain't co-found anything with Jeffrey. Isn't it true? He went one direction, you stayed in another. Isn't that true?
We went separate ways.
But Jeffrey never turned his back to you. He always made himself available if you needed something. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
He let you come to his home, right?
Yes.
If you were going to be put out from your house, he would pay that money for you one time, right?
You help out.
I can't hear.
You would help out.
Okay. But most importantly, he wanted you not to live a life of crime. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Mr. Steele, it might be a good time to just to put a pin in for today. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 5:15, and as I mentioned to you earlier, just 1 second. Mr. Stevens, we're going to recess for today. So what I'd like you to do is come back tomorrow morning. Sir, if you can be here for 10 o'clock, okay?
10 o'clock.
All right, yes, sir. All right. Remember not to discuss testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
All right.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go through with you the customary acknowledgement admonitions. Remember, leave your notepads in your basket. Remember not to discuss the matter, anything you've heard amongst yourselves in small groups, or while you're while you're going home this evening, or when you get home with your loved ones and others that might be interested in the goings on and your comments in that respect. How are we doing on notepads? We good? Okay, all right. And what are you gonna do if some third party tries to talk with you about this incident or about this case? What?
You can't discuss.
You cannot discuss it, and you gotta do what if that happens? You report it to me in Sergeant Room, yes, immediately. All right, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we really thank you for adhering to these admonitions. Again, remember what I told you as I did earlier. They ensure a fair trial, just trial, and lawful trial as to all sides. So we appreciate your diligence with that. We also appreciate your patience with us and your continued patience as you continue to hear this matter. So it's not lost on any of us that as well. So we thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions of me at this point in time, ministerial in nature? Okay, just to update you accordingly, we are going to should have a regular work week until Thursday. Tomorrow, the 9th, we're going to start. I'd like y'all to be here for 10 o'clock. So we'll probably start between 10 and 10:30. We should be working till about this time tomorrow. Okay, that's Tuesday. Wednesday, we may have kind of an abridged day because the court has some other business that I'm required to attend to. So I will advise you more on that probably late tomorrow, early Wednesday. Thursday will be a half day. We're gonna probably work till about almost noon, and then Friday you will have a total administrative day, as I have other business I do have to take up on that day, and then that will lead us into the King Week. So the 15th we'll be off anyways, and then the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. We will be in administrative pause, and we'll be taking up other issues at that point in time. So, so just to recount or just to give you those dates in advance, so you can make other plans accordingly. So, any questions of me thus far? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other inquiry of me, again, leave your notepads in the basket. Pick up a sticker. And we will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early for 1000 hours, and then we'll go ahead and get started when everybody's in place. All right? Okay. All right. Unless you have any other inquiry of me, all rise.
So, man, there you have it, man. This trial gonna resume tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and you know what I'm saying. I stream it live first thing tomorrow morning, man. So if y'all jump online, man. Just come on back, man.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
We'll start back up where we left.
Our jury has left us. Okay. Counsel, is there anything I need to be made aware of, or any other ministerial inquiry of you?
Not on behalf of the state.
Okay, how is our witness and other interviews going at this point in time? Is there anything I need to intervene in? I haven't heard anything from anybody. That's a good thing. So you all must be working that out accordingly. Yes, Mr. Brown, I'm looking at you. Okay, so is there anything I need to be made aware of?
Not on behalf of
Okay. Any of them have any other counsels, defense counsels? Okay, all right. Unless there's anything else, we'll still, if y'all can be here a little before 1000 hours tomorrow, we'll go ahead and start up sometime between 10 and 10:30. And we'll work accordingly, as I mentioned to our jurors already. Okay? All right. Before we leave, if you all could please go ahead and give us your electronic listening devices. And unless there's anything else, I'll bid you a good evening. We'll talk with you tomorrow. All right, we're in recess.
So they're in recess. So we'll come back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, man. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate y'all for watching. You know what I'm saying? Sherry the Great. Hey, I don't know what's going on with your boy, man. Your boy is slow. Yeah, if he ain't slow, he pretending. So, hey, with all that being said, man, thank y'all for watching, man. Tomorrow morning at 10, I'm out. Peace.